What is up, ladies and gentlemen? We are here to get some casting done. It's going to be a good day today. We are actually going to pick up basically where we left off. We were casting Newt versus Shopkeeper Dog to end yesterday's casting section. And this time around, we're going to be casting Newt versus Zeke. Now, after what I've seen, I am tempted to give Newt the favorite status, but Zeke has been grinding a lot. He's obviously a pro player from Starcraft 1. I think that is a good enough reason to give him the favorite status. We will see whether Newt has practiced up. I know that he played against Top Ramen a little bit earlier, which I guess we should probably cast those games. But listen, I see a Zeke replay. I'm not going to not cast a Zeke replay. You know what I'm saying? So we got to start with Zeke versus Newt. We will at some point cast Newt versus Top Ramen TVZ because I'm interested in how Ramen's Zerg plays. He's normally a Terran player. So that should be a good time. I'm going to quickly say... I'm going to go ahead and update the Twitch title here for the broadcast to indicate that Zeke is playing. Sometimes that'll rope more people in because they know Zeke is name recognition. We're going to have a good time today. If you guys also are going to have a good time today, if you guys are going to enjoy spending time on the stream and having a good time watching the casts and watching the development, feel free to support the stream by going to streamlabs.com/pronogo. It will take you to where you need to go to send some moolah. We're trying to earn $50 a day per stream. So that's actually not every single day because I stream this kind of thing 5 times a week. But definitely check that out if you're interested in supporting it. I do appreciate it. Last time around when we met our goal was Monday. We had Alexander, Three Crow, and I Am the Weed of God all donate, so shout out to them one more time, and we'll see you guys later on, I'm sure. So, let's get to it. Our first replay between these two players is going to be on Acid Test, which I'm very excited about. Let's see. Zeke is in the top right. He is our Scarlet Zerg. This looks like an orange. There's a tomato color or something. Scarlet Zerg. Okay, Zeke. I see how it is. And Newt in the bottom right, he seems to be our Vine Green Terran. He's going to be going bio here, as you can tell by his positioning there. I actually don't know how often he's played on this map, but it is a relatively new ASL map that's been ported in. It's Litmus, a port of Litmus, ported into Cosmonarchy. No real big shenanigans there. You can see that we've got the stasis chambers and the mineral fields in that position. You can see that we have some... temples blocking these pathways, which I believe are maybe a different unit or structure or whatever in the original version, but very, very similar layout. No real changes there. Lucy asks why Sean Connery is my favorite Bond. Mostly just the accent or the voice or whatever. It really does come down to that. I think the Pierce Brosnan movies are also pretty recommendable if you like the Bond style, but definitely an interesting deviation, I would say. Oh, look at that. Miriam paid $3.33.
Support for your work, a bright vision, and a way forward for the RTS genre.
I appreciate it, homie. That is going to take us a little bit closer to our goal. Every bit helps. And, of course, it was 3 threes, so very, very well worth it. Apparently, just talking about Sean Connery and Pierce Brosnan will get me some donations, so I'll just name drop them in the middle of this cast later on. But, no, I appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Thank you. Pog champ moment. We do have some an interesting style from Zeke where he's been harvesting from Vespene with 4 workers early on, which does end up giving you less resources overall because minerals harvest more efficiently in the early stages of the game. But what is he going to do with that gas spike? That's what I want to know. Trying to be stemmed down, but the workers are pulled too easily. We got a second K-Grid coming, and what do we got here? Double stockade, steady worker production. Newt not really slipping anything in just yet despite his Vespene count. It's another stockade. I wonder if he's just going to rush up to Covenant with that gas, if that's what he's going to save it for. Because then he could start adding Savants and Eidolons. I don't know if Eidolons are used that often versus Zerg these days. That's the ghost equivalent in Cosmonarchy. But definitely an interesting style. Milestone joins us. Welcome, Milestone. Yeah, this is a bit of an earlier one than before. We don't have like a fixed start time, but I am trying to push it earlier and earlier. Ideally, it would be like 12 noon Eastern, which is about 6 p.m. European time. Unless I've been daylight savings again, but I don't think that's happened yet. Shout out to the donors who support me because every increment of $3 I get is another coffee I can drink. And so, coffee. Delicious. So we do actually have a fast vestry. That's what Newt decided to use some of his gas on. Interesting. Interesting. Zorka Shroud on one base here for Zeke. Not interested in going for any extra, expansion or anything like that. His Zethicors are monitoring for a move out, and it will be Mavericks and Huracan. So this will be kind of an interesting start to our day here. The Fire even incinerating one more Zethicor on the way out. Made me think of how StarCraft 2 has those custom death models, depending on what kind of damage type ends up doing you in. And I don't usually like it because of readability concerns, but maybe there should be, like, in addition to the death animation that a unit normally plays, a slightly extra explosion particle effect or something, if it's a flame attack. If this is our own game fully and we had a, more robust art pipeline, that might be something we think about. A lot of circuits being assembled up here at the ramp. Zeke taking this very seriously. His Lakes have only just started, but his circuits are finishing in time to help out versus the Mavericks. The Stims have not been able to overpower that army, and so that will end up being a hold. A lot of Zethicors go down, some Quads still staying alive, and not a single one of the static defense structures ends up getting destroyed. One thing that I would advise Zeke to do in the future, and Zerg players watching, if you feel like you've held and you don't need further defenses, totally fine if he just wants to play it safe. But you can actually cancel that and then use the Ovalith to transport the Kagrant, the creep colony equivalent, before it turns into something else, can be picked up by a transport. So definitely something that I think is a good move. All right, double Lakes are definitely going to go ahead and push this bio ball back. We actually only have the star pad finishing up. Well, not even now, but soon in the future. Definitely a subtlety there that Newt's going to have to deal with. He doesn't really want to play around with this too much. Oh, he dives back in with the stim, though. That was really good play from Newt. These Lakes are a critical resource here for Zeke, especially when in the early game. Now, he does have a bit of a drop coming over here, and the star pad bungled a little bit by Newt as he was trying to queue up an Anseal, I think. Now he's got to pull his workers away. This is stalling the detection, preventing the break. But there's so many more bio units back here. There's almost like a duplicate of the army that's on the front gates of Newt. So this will end up being pushed back. It looks like he gets one Mason for his troubles and delays mining time and the Anseal. Stims are good, but he's got clerics for that reason. He can heal them up after the fact. So very nice there. And now as this is happening, the Lakes dive forward, and one of them almost goes down, but again, pushing this bio ball back, forcing some of the units to be damaged. The clerics making a big difference here. Normally, we don't see Terrans and Cosmonarchy investing into the vestry, so it does feel good as the designer, to see people trying that out and seeing what that's going on. And it's just neat to see something a little bit new. Zeke gonna have to start frontlining a little bit with his non-Lakes army, trying to maybe see if he can pull them in as the Hatrosk is being established. But by this time, the Ministry is already set up, and we have a small band of bio units covering for the Ovalith there, which is very, very cheeky. Just making sure that Zeke can't find a free way in. Now, he has decided to go a little bit closer. He's just trying to scout out and see what he can do. As he's doing that distraction, continuing to leapfrog with the Lakes. Love that kind of play. The distance mining, a little bit silly looking, but it will end up resolving soon. And just confirming that there's no third base early on. He knows he's playing a StarCraft 1 Pro. I think Newt knows that. He knew a lot about StarCraft 1 timings and build orders and stuff when he first joined. So I assume he's somewhat inculcated into that world. And so if that's the case, then you're like, okay, maybe he's thinking about extra bases early on. So he's kind of scouting out all over the place with his Mavericks. The Ovalith just trying its best to be pesky. It still has units inside it, so Zeke still can make things happen. Now, he is going for the Ulgorg. This is kind of what we would have expected at the onset of this update that allowed you to get Tier 1 Ultra Cores again. But I will point out that one of the key details that I'm noticing is that Savants are coming in good number as well. So this feels like a situation where Ultra Cores aren't really going to be the be-all, end-all. When Newt deploys those Savants, they have this power siphon mechanic that steals attack speed from enemies and gives it to the Savant. Versus Zerg, it's still kind of useful to use, just because you have access to a little bit more attack speed for your Savant. But typically, you're not stealing attack speed from a pivotal unit. If the Lakes are being focused down, they're probably just going to die. They're not going to stay alive long enough. But in the case of the Ultra Core, it needs that attack speed in order to stay alive, in order to lifesteal. Speaking of staying alive, you can see that Newt is trying his best to keep his army going. He's only picked a single Lakis so far, despite the detection. And the drop comes back in after the fact and kills maybe about 5 Masons. A 6th one going down, actually. Pretty good stuff there. And the Ovaleth will unfortunately end up being shot down, but the Watchdog condemned it, so... Pretty good damage there, and Newt does end up breaking the concentration. Ziki does end up breaking the concentration. Newt ends up falling back as a response, and we've got 4 Ultra Cores coming. Now, don't get me wrong. If the Savants don't deploy or they're eliminated by something else, the Ultra Cores can absolutely wreak havoc. But if those bad boys are deployed, it's really hard to attack into them if you don't have something like a Bactylisk, something like maybe tier 2 for a Protathalor or something like that. But we're a long ways away from that. So that's been a constant issue right now for Zergs, is how do I deal with the Savant? How do I deal with when that unit deploys and steals my Ultra Core attack speed? Now, as of right now, we are going to see the Lakis get busted, and they are the crowd control for most of this army. There's not many other units on the way. He actually ends up burrowing the Ultra Cores, which is a big mistake because there's Ancials here to detect. So a lot of them going down, and the Savants aren't even actually deployed, and they're still destroying the Ultra Cores. Such is the way of things with that Hurakan, rending the armor. Oh, it's a cataclysm. Massacring the Zerg forces before they can really even mass up. It was a tight timing, but that's like when you walk up to a Zerg in StarCraft 1 as the SK Terran and you body them before they even finish their lurkers. If you can find a timing to do that, that's essentially what we just saw. So that will be the first game going to Newt. And definitely an interesting start here for our 3-game set. I want to see what Ziki's response to that is maybe we can get a little bit more out of him. But tight timings there. Tight timings for sure. All right. I once again, I try to remember to do every little detail about these predictions, and once again, forgot to set up the Gamba. So I'm going to go ahead and do that while we get ready for our next game. And now that we have a couple more Twitch viewers anyway, maybe you guys will decide to do a gamble, do an idea. And we are going to get into our second game. Hey, what's up, Dog Lived? Welcome. Welcome one, welcome all. Mika as well. It is Newt versus Ziki once again. Ziki in the top left. I'm going to say he is... Oh, actually, I don't really know what color this is. Saddle brown? Golden brown. Okay. And Newt is in the bottom right as the dark green Terran. Golden brown Zerg up in the top left. This is Crisis Vector as our second map. Just a heads up, guys. The final map between these two players is going to be played on Apollo. And we just came from Acid Test, where Newt was able to dismantle the Zerg 2-base to 2-base, and it was a little bit of an Ultra Core rush. I think it would have been handled even if the Savants had been less in number, because you could have just deployed them. Newt didn't even need to do that because he hit at such a timing. So definitely something that Ziki tried a little bit of economic harassment to try to manage the growth of the Bioterran, but definitely something that I was surprised to see was the early Vestry for Newt and scaling up, keeping his bio in such number that you really needed more Lakizilisks, and that's something that Ziki did not have enough in supply. Dogliv points out that Ziki was up in resources despite the fact that he had a later second base, and I think a large portion of that is just the fact that there was some lost mining time, some worker harassment, but most importantly that Ziki is playing the race that can make a ton of workers, and he knows how to balance that, generally speaking. So he's already got his pool, he's going for his Larvosk. He's really adapted to the one-base play. On the one hand, it's interesting and cool to see a Zerg player from StarCraft 1, a pro, decide, you know what, maybe these guys from Cosmonarchy have figured it out, actually. Maybe my hatch first or my pool into hatch shenanigans are just not safe enough. Maybe I do need, actually, to do a different thing. But I do really appreciate the idea of hatch first being viable, or hatch openers early expansion being viable for Zerg specifically. I think that kind of thing is really neat. And so I hope people can come up with something in the meta for that. So it makes me a little bit sad. Like, oh man, Ziki gave up on hatch first. I understand it, though. You can get up to some really early, unit timings here in Cosmonarchy where it can be untenable to do something like that. What's up, Phileas? Yeah, your ridiculous treasury count. Well, again, doing it is not hard. Winning with it is maybe harder. That's the part that I want to see. Getting into a favorable position, at the very least, is definitely something I would like to see a bit more of. So Newt is going for a faster star pad this time. Star pad before Vestry. He does want to add clerics. He wants to be able to make liberal use of the stim pack. We'll have to see whether Zeke... Oh! Zeke is rushing the lake. He went straight for the lake here on one base. That's interesting. So somebody must have gotten in his ear and said, hey, the Lyrilisk is really good. You know, maybe some shopkeeper dog might have thought about that, might have done that. So that's an interesting choice. But we do obviously have clerics coming. We do have some Hurricans, some Mavericks. It's going to be some time before we see Savants out. So maybe the plan is to make a bunch of Lyrilisks in the super early game. This is the fastest Calcure Lake I've ever seen. So we'll see if that ends up being significant enough. 4 Lyrilisks immediately queued up. We can make another 2 pretty soon. Yeah, another 1, and then the second one will come up soon if he wants it. You can see he's cutting workers for this in a big way. And yeah, I mean, our worker count's pretty healthy for Newt, and he's obviously got a reasonable, healthy amount of bio units, as well as, of course, a Trojan somewhere. Oh, there it is. Yeah, 2 Hurricans, 4 Mavericks, and 2 Clerics. So that's an interesting drop. That could cause a lot of damage here. That could cause a ridiculous amount of damage. It does seem like Zeke is aware of the possibility. He's moving his Quas back over here. However, 6 Quas is not going to be enough to defeat what's in that drop, so he is going to need to be getting reinforcements at around that time. Thankfully, Lyrilisks are super fast, so it might not matter too much, but, you know, definitely something where we're a little bit worried about it. It's really cool to me that Zeke is already thinking, you know, this could be a drop. Let's make sure that we keep our Quas over here. Newt unloading beforehand, and the Trojan is like leading the charge here. The stim is already out. This is a really good fight for the Terran. What is Zeke's response here? Pulls this worker initially. It's going to get focused down almost immediately. The Hurricans are really the big concern here. You can see him pulling over, drilling onto something in the natural so that the Lyrilisks can come in and help out. And the workers are still in a really good count here for Zeke, so as long as he gets back to mining soon, this is okay. Just doesn't want to end up losing those Lyrilisks for free. They are pretty expensive. Yeah, and there you go. He ends up losing 1. But the move out is coming in response to that, and the workers are only now getting back onto things. And of course, Zeke spends down his mineral bank, so he can't expand. This is as the move out is coming from the Terran. Newt is coming out with something about 10 Mavericks. It doesn't look like... Okay, 2 Clerics are in, and 2 Antseals as well. Antseals are actually deceptively good versus the Lyrilisk because their attack is split between ground and air, and their air attack is more about controlling stacks. If you get up to a large number of Lyrilisks, you can and will... be able to take out the Antseals in short enough course. But Zeke doesn't have a large number of them. He went for a 3-minute, like 3:08 finished Calcure Lake. So his Lyrilisk count is super low. His economy is definitely not where it could have been. And he had to deal with the drop. So I think he riposted the drop just fine, but we already have what looks to be 5 Stockade with a Covenant coming. And of course, the Natural is already finished and slowly starting to mine. So I think Newt recognizes he actually doesn't need to attack right now. He might need to worry about a one base kind of committed, not really all in, but committed push as the Natural is going to come down now. And the Lyrilisks are giving chase. The stemmed Mavericks are going to turn back around and try to bop them. And again, you can focus down individual Lyrilisks with Mavericks, especially with the help of the Clerics, which do add a little bit of armor, although I think the armor pen of the Lyrilisk is helping out quite enough there. And so that army will get run down. Unfortunately, the Cleric's also going with it. So he ends up falling back. This is a potential pitfall for Newt, although he is making 4 Savants, and he still has his Antseal count. Remember, the Antseal's going to take a long time for the Lyrilisks to deal with. He ends up lifting the Ministry. A bit of a pitiful attack versus armored targets, and now Zeke's just going to have to be somewhat content with that because he doesn't really want to push forward and end up losing his entire army. We already have the Savants deploying. I actually don't know if I like the deployed Savant in this case, but it's all right. It's not the end of the world. They get extra range. I can see where you want to zone your opponent out. Zeke just going to go ahead and start adding more Drolets. This does look good for the Zerg. The Calcure Rush seeming to work out for now. I see Shopdog and Alexander have joined us as well, just in time as the ramp is going to start to get focused down. Now, where is the focus fire from Zeke? He's trying to overwhelm those Lyrilisk shots. The Savants are stacking up, and you do have to respect that after a certain amount of time. So as soon as his Zethicores die, he ends up peeling back very, very good, in my opinion. But he's also going to have to deal with the fact that his opponent is stacking up those Savants. A lot of minerals in the bank, not a lot of gas. Really needed that second base mining here for Newt. Zeke, on the other hand, just slowly adding some infrastructure, extra hatch, extra, obviously, base over here in the Natural. He's mining when his opponent is not. And now down the ramp is Newt. You got to watch out for that. There's the deployment. Antseal's absorbing that first salvo of Lyrilisk shots, and they are slowly peeling through those Clerics, but, oh, man. Yeah, that's starting to really turn the other way. Not enough Lyrilisks at the end of the day. So Zeke's going to have to come back and think about what he wants to do. He has a couple back at home. A Hydrith Den started. I think he's probably thinking Bactylisks. And Bactylisks are pretty good versus Bio. But the Savants can be a thorn in their side. And oh man. Trojan getting repaired. And we have 3 Savants in there, plus the 2 Clerics. So remember, Clerics add 1 armor to whatever they're healing. It doesn't stack, but you can heal. The healing stacks. You can heal with 1 unit with 2 Clerics or whatever. But it's only 1 armor. So if they're being healed by a Cleric, they have plus 1 armor. Savants have 2 armor natively. So that would be 3 armor, which I believe the Lyrilusk only has 2 armor pen, if I'm not mistaken, on their ground attack. Yeah, and none on their air. So definitely an interesting situation for the unit to be in. He does have some Quas scouting out for the drops. The Lyrilusks are very fast. We got 3 more of them being mutated. The ramp is kind of covered here. So his actual Lyrilusk army, the scary army, is off to the front. And that's actually going to be tied up with an attack. So this looks like it could be really, really good damage from Newt. Unloads preemptively, and he's just going to gun down those Quas. And this will require Zeke to commit to some kind of response to it. Droleth's getting penetrated in a big way. That's 4 of them going down already. Oh, that's a lot of splash damage, but it doesn't look like it's going to result in anything. Unfortunately for Newt, it looks like his army has not decided to go and mass up towards the natural. Pause in the mineral line. Oh, yeah, you can try to pin it with the long range of the Lyrilusk. Maybe if they orb walked, they would have got that. Trojan barely escaping with a couple of bio units still in tow. And back to mining very quickly for Zeke. So good response, good poise as he grabs that ski back and starts massing up the Hydras. Trying to hide behind his circuits. Oh, man, you can see the Savants are already deployed. Yeah, 4 Bactylisks starting. Is it going to be enough Bactylisks, and are they going to be done soon enough? Hasn't seen... Oh, he's actually not mining gas too much from the natural right now. That feels like probably the biggest issue. Third base on location. Guarded by 5 Savants that are left over. Very funny. I love that. I love the idea of leaving 1 just in case, you know. It looks like he's actually going to start scouting out towards the 3 o'clock position and clear that. And see the Anseals shrugging off a lot of damage. Another Zeth cleared out. Zeke trying to tame his swarm. He's definitely being soft contained right now by the bio, so let's see. He wants to see if he can try to break out in this position. The Bactylisks are out in good enough number, but remember the Savants are stacking up so much, and they are just going to become Gatling guns. They're slowly being overwhelmed, perhaps, but I'm not so sure that the answer is yes. Remember, there's like 10 Savants here, and half of them are in one mode, half of them in the other. These are just auto guns right now, dude. You must disengage. Going for Vorvricors. I don't know if I like that as the option, considering the Savants are here. And now it looks like Newt's just going to try to bust open. Thinks he's done enough to the ranged DPS, and the Anseals and the Hurricans combining to really shield a lot of what Newt has here. There's so many Clerics as well, and no Lakes were made, not much splash damage, no bounce attacks. There's a 1 Bactylisk active. Maybe he'll kill the Hurricane. Yeah, there you go. But it's just too much, dude. I think Newt has cracked him open yet again. I didn't hate the Bactylisk idea, but I did question not going Lakes. I don't think I verbalized it on the cast part, but I was thinking, okay, he's going to try Bactyl into it. I think Lyra Lakes is probably the main thing that you got to worry about here. Because right about now, these Savants are looking like they are just busted. And that is a wrap on our second game. Newt taking it, leaving us with 1 more between Newt and Zeke. It'll be on Apollo. Will you be Apollo'd by Newt's performance? That's the question. I'm also glad, Alexander, that you're not an hour and a half late this time. Always nice to have the homies in the chat. Oh, it looks like we also got some Zeke versus Hamster replays uploaded. So we'll take a look at those after this, I believe. I like some ZVZ. I haven't been able to cast a lot of mirror matches in Cosmonarchy lately. But with 50 units per race, come on, man. You know it's going to be good. All right. Ziki in the top left, he is our Russian green, no, fern green Zerg. Russian green, I guess, a little bit darker. Newt in the bottom right, he is our... What? The color on the name looks like a brown, right? But this must be Tyrion. Oh, it's Cordovan. Okay. I wouldn't have guessed that really ever. I was like, is that Palatinate purple? No. Tyrion purple? Maybe. Anyway, we do have a Stockade. And, of course, Ziki is rocking out with his hatch first, I think. No, it's just a slightly late pool. I was gonna get excited, guys. Hatch opener from Ziki after these aggressive bio stints from Newt. Something that we need to see. Time to gamble. Let's see who can see the future. Let's. Prediction is up on Twitch. Pretty standard openers so far from both players. Really nothing to be too surprised at. I do like that Newt is varying his Starpad and Vestry timing. Like, that seems to be the thing that's been changeable when it comes to all of the moves. Oh, yeah, I guess Mirian is right in the chat. This is purple and green, so... Oops. Hey, what's up, Veek? The Veeker himself in the chat. Welcome, welcome. So very fast Starpad this time. The Starpad has gotten progressively faster each time. I think Newt might be thinking about double Starpad based on his position. Yeah, okay. We're seeing Wraith play. Newt rocking Wraiths. Ziki. What will he do? Because it looks, you know, it looks like it's anything else. And Newt's actually going to get a scout off with the Maverick, which did not happen in the last game. It was held at an arm's length by really good spacing from the Zeth. Yeah, I guess he doesn't really get close enough to see the pool, but I mean, he knows the pool is out. Zeths are out, so makes a lot of sense. Newt did say that Wraith is his favorite unit. You're right, Vilius. You're right. I think very, very interesting that he likes Wraiths so much. He also, yeah, he pinged me and said buff Wraiths. so maybe this, I don't know if that's a spoiler for this game or not, but you know, Gamba closed. No betting with these informations. I could see it working out versus Zerg though. Let's see. Massing up the Wraiths. Maverick's just going to Vanguard, make sure that no Zets get in for a scout. Honestly, sometimes I do think about, like, maybe I should just send all 4 of those Zethicors in, sacrifice them just so I see what's going on. But Hydra then pretty fast, so there's a couple of ways that this can go, right? Lyrilisks do deal splash damage to air units, but it's very it's very small damage, but you can make a lot of Lyrilisks, right? That's not what Ziki wants to do. Ziki is instead going Hydrathen, which can, for a time, deal with the Wraiths before they grow to a ridiculous number. And Ziki has had to deal with Shopkeeper Dog playing this strat into him. So it'll be really interesting to see what the decided tech path is out of it. Now, Zethicor is surrounding the Mavericks. They weren't even stimmed, so a little bit of a lackadaisical response there from Newt, and it will reveal that the star pads are at large. I love going after the Vestry. That is a nice, juicy target. It's going to result in all the Zets going down without the other Wraiths even needing to get in the action, but they did end up falling back, and we have a Shaman coming out that will finish up after the Vestry's destruction, but that's the only one he gets. And so if he's trying to do a Mystery Meat style, I saw his camera go over here. I have a feeling he's going to put the Shaman over there and then just try to be a bit more of a harassment-oriented player. But, yeah, we got Spraiths coming. We have presumably an Ovaleth in the production tab. Yep. Let's see which one it is. There it is. And, of course, Hydras are amassed. So really, really good measures there from Ziki. He only has the one base to defend for now. Obviously, this is costing him some workers, but, you know, I'd say it's better that than just die. So definitely a good choice. And how soon until he gets his upgraded den? That's what I want to know. Because if he can start rocking out with Skithricors, he can just trounce the army. Another choice that he's making that I really respect is moving across the map, knowing that his army will be able to overwhelm small numbers of Wraiths, and probably whatever's here in defense. I mean, he got 2 Hurricans in this anchor. They're not going to shoot back versus the Hydras. So this looks really good for our Zerg player right now. I'll give Newt the benefit of the doubt that he might have something else up his sleeve. He's adding 2 Stockades and transitioning into Bio, it looks like, with a Ministry on the way. if he can hold, it's a big if, he might be able to make something happen. Zeke has the Ovaleth for vision, momentarily distracted by the Wraith count, trades one for a Droleth. I definitely think he needs to go sooner rather than later. Instead, he's going to try to Elevator. That's not a bad idea either. The Wraiths are all on the other side of the map. Two of them are going to finish, well, I guess they just started. And look at that, even the low ground Hydras able to help out. I don't really like that they're split, though. Elevator is going to be taken out. One Hydra already done for. Needs to unload those extra ones ASAP. There you go. Now he can try to deal with those small numbers of bio units and start to dismantle the Terran. We got Wraiths coming out. Again, they finish up. Gotta watch out, though. The Stimmed Mavericks can do good DPS, and the Masons are fighting. The Masons are fighting. Oh, he chooses to evacuate. I don't know if I like that choice. And there's all the Wraiths coming back. All the Hydras come back out to fight a little bit more. And yeah, you're going to see maybe one or two of them go down, but that's about it. So the Hydras are wiped. Okay, where does that leave us? Expansion has been made by Zeke. This entire time, Newt's ministry was stopped, was stymied, and many more Hydras were made. Ski-backed finished, another Kagrant turning into a Spraith pretty soon, and of course one to defend the natural, so it really doesn't seem like this will be an easy place for Newt to play out from. He does have a lot of Wraiths. Looks like he's up to 11. I thought he would be, kind of quelling that production for a little bit. Vestry being remade, and the Shaman is in a position over here to heal those Wraiths, so even those wounded ones can be healed. I don't think Zeke has seen this variation of the airplay from Terran, with the Shaman being involved, and I'm not sure that he knows that what the Shaman even does, right? That's a unit that doesn't get shown very often, so Newt kind of pulling out an old school strat that our StarCraft 1 pro player, who's on loan to Cause Monarchy right now, is probably not that familiar with. Now, still, 4 Spraiths are a lot to get through for only 11 Wraiths. And the Hydrobact is still pretty nearby, so as those Droleths start to get hunted down, sure, he's going to pick a couple of them. But he can just fight back with the army that he's got over here. Could also consider a Burrow. There's no Anseal. He tries to dive onto the Spraith. That's definitely a mistake. One of the Wraiths going down. I think 2 of the Wraiths going down, so that was a reinforcement round. 2 more, or at least 1 more, are kind of lurking around, and an Anseal was made. So finally, we will have some detection. Burrow will no longer be a proper strat. I would love to see this army move across the map, though. I really do believe that the Bio army would get wiped by enough Bactylisks and Hydras. The question is, can you hold back at home? And I think the answer to that is Skithra-cores. Make Skithra-cores. You have the tech for it. Make them straight out of your larva. Just need a little bit more money. And indeed, Zeke is taking the worker lead and saturating very, very nicely. Now, since then, obviously, we have seen the Anseal join up with the army. That'll shield them versus the Spraith. But this buys so much time for the Hydras and the Bactylisks to get in a position to deny any other attacks, right? And so there was damage dealt to the Anseal, chip damage. You get your Droleth back after the structure dies anyway, so all good there. All you're doing is spending money again on that round. And the Shaman does heal up the Anseal after the fact. So, it's kind of a slightly cost-efficient there from Newt, but I think when you think about the APM, the opportunity cost, maybe not so much. More Bactylisks on the way, more Droleths just finished up. Well-saturated second base. Zeke really knowing how much, how many workers he needs compared to StarCraft 1. And the Spraith finishes up just in time to stop the Wraiths from coming back in for another round. You can see, maybe they're going to try to pick off individual Hydras. He is at that one-shot mark. But the Ovaleth is here for the detection, and the Bactylisks have the range. Pretty good so far. I am still a little bit concerned that he's not doing anything to actually take the fight to the Wraith stack. If you make like 10 Skithra-cores, suddenly they can't do anything because of the splash damage. But he's still deciding to play the ground game. And you know what? Respect to him for it. Not exactly using the new tools that are at his disposal, though. No Calcure Lake on the way for the Lyrilisks that deal with that. And, well, he could even go for a Tethvith Swamp right now. If he wanted to go for Vithralisks to start spreading that debuff. Hydralisks, including one inside the Ovaleth, might be a target here. You can see the shielding really starting to falter here. You're supposed to see a little bit of a magenta overlay there. Whew. And those Anseals are not showing it because they do not have the energy. They're slowly filling it back out as we look over what Zeke's got. Now, since then, the Bio army's got a lot more impressive. So we're right back down to, oh my god, all 3 of them going down. That's really brutal. But we're right back to what we started on with the first 2 games in this set, right? You think about the way that Newt has been playing with the Bio, playing around the Savants, and how Zeke has not really been fighting against it, but he does have 6 Lakes in production, and I rate the Lakes into the Savant. Of course, that Ovaleth's still providing so much Overwatch. We're down to a dozen Wraiths, and no more are in production. It's 6 Savant production right now, with the Treasury on the way, about halfway complete. I think maybe people are starting to believe in the Savant. They're realizing how good it is. Maybe Newt will end up going for a little something here with regards to that treasury. I wouldn't be surprised to see a quarry in the mid game. Only 2 Skither cores coming up now, and it looks like this Hatrosk is under duress. But if I'm in Zeki's shoes, I really don't want to abandon this post outside of Newt's base, right? And so this does make me wonder, what exactly do I do against this? I guess I'll just try to hold it from there. A couple Wraiths, once again, have gone down. No, a Lake is... That's not what you want to just offer up. Mistake from Zeki. And his Hatrosk will be going down, so no third base for him. Good play from Newt to still use those Wraiths in a way that can actually be helpful. They clearly cannot stand up to the main army, so dogging it when it was approaching, killing a couple of Skither cores and the Hatch. Very nice. There's a couple more back at the natural, and it looks like we might see an attempted bust from Zeki. He's going to go ahead and burrow his Lake as they're not within range. There are still ant seals for detection. The Bactylisks are going to need to focus them down. Look at all the Savants. There's so many of them right now. And the Lakers can help out quite a bit, but they're out of range to assist in more direct ways. The ant seals are starting to lose their energy. The Bactylist count's still very good, but it needs to dial back because that infinite stacking, well, it's not quite infinite. It does end up getting to an end point very, very soon. But yeah, the ant seals were not measured. They were not taken care of earlier, and now there's nothing stopping those Savants from running these Bactylisks down. So best you can do is try to get a couple of them out. Resetting 12 o'clock. The Skither cores did very, very well to deal with most of the Wraiths. We only have 6 left. Obviously, that Shaman's still in the process of locking down the 9 o'clock, if you will. A couple Savants being traded out, but these Bactylisks are dead and gone. And we do have a 4th base also coming up. Double expand from Zeki as he tries to reclaim some of the money. He's definitely got way more money than his opponent. Way more income overall. I guarantee you he will win the resources battle, even in the score screen, by the end of this match. But Savants are so damn cost efficient without some kind of proper compositional counter. And with the ant seals allowing them to fight the Lakers on an open ground, even when in their more mobile mode, where they move faster, it does feel like at this point Newt has unlocked the God Tier 1 biostrat, that's for sure. And it's Zeki's responsibility to figure it out. His Lakers were a good choice, but they weren't burrowed close enough to fight. And all of his front line is now gone, so all he has is a couple left. Still, gonna hold him at an arm's length and kind of pressure Newt into thinking about attacking 12 o'clock. That Shaman going down is a potentially big problem. You can use the Skither cores against the ant seals to try to focus them down, but they're just gonna get annihilated. And of course, the Skither cores never stood a chance to the penetration. It does feel like Newt is on the precipice of busting Zeki, but look at the money in the bank that could have been spent. Up until this point, I thought Zeki played a really, really good game. But he did end up struggling quite a bit on that bust. Maybe ill-fated. Maybe should have just tried to contain it. Either way, Newt will take the 3rd game. He refuses to relent. And all those poor souls who bet on Zeki, unfortunately, you are not going to win anything. But neither is Zeki in that situation. We'll see. Maybe Zeki will be able to take some games off of Hamster. We got a 2-piece from between the two of them from yesterday. That would have been Zeki. I am going to say that Hamster is the favorite in that matchup purely because, I mean, we're talking about Hamster, dude. He's played some ZVZ. He was able to 3-1 Krankendow last tournament in Acropolis 3 in the semifinals there. So very, very exciting stuff. And he took 1 game off of Hit 'em Up in the upper final as well. And that game was a Zerg versus Zerg on Check Stealer, no less. So let's see if Zeki can fare better in that matchup. I'll go ahead and queue up our overlay. But wow, honestly, statement win there from Newt. Does make me start to wonder, damn, like, are Savants going to be a problem? Will there be ways to solve them? A lot of the Terran players think that, oh, the answer is obvious, just make Lyrilisks. They're so good in the early game. And other Terrans are maybe actually, I don't know if even that would fix it. And, you know, Zeki did try, but it was only in one of the games. We'll have to see, because I think the Lake has had legs. You can just get way more Savants than you used to be able to. So it's a very different problem to try to solve. What's up, Neuchern? Welcome to the chat. Veek, I don't know when you last played, homie, so I can't really answer that question for you. But the tech changes we talked about already, so those should be fresh to mind. We talked about before we went ahead and implemented them. Wraiths countered by anything that can shoot back. That's pretty funny. And I guess I can't say that you're wrong. So this is... apparently that. What do we see here? Just making sure I have the right replays as I load up Zeke versus Hamster. Yeah, okay, there we go. So we are going to play... We're also playing Apollo in this set, apparently, but we're going to be starting off on Acid Test, and then there's 2 replays here to check that one out. So let's see. This time Zerg will win. But who will it be? Will it be Hamster or will it be Zeke? Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into the match. Shout out to Miriam earlier for donating as well. If you're enjoying the cast, you want to see more streams like this in general, well, definitely check that out. Pronogo on Streamlabs, streamlabs.com/Pronogo. You can go ahead and donate to support the efforts. We have a Zerg versus Zerg for the ages here, ladies and gentlemen, and a very fast move from Hamster. I already don't know what's happening. Zeke in the top right is going to be our teal Zerg on Acid Test, a port of litmus from the latest ASL season, done by yours truly. Hamster in the bottom right is our midnight green Zerg, and he is going for a Kagrant, which will be a Larvosk. I hate this placement because it makes your mineral workers way less efficient, but that's okay. Hamster somehow makes that work all the time. I don't know how he does it. Hey, what's up? It's Concealed Organic. How are you, Hank Wanker? We've got, that's not just like a slur I said at him, by the way. That's his actual username. So if you don't like that I said that out loud, tell him to change his name. I don't know what to tell you. Pool halfway done for Zeke already. He's going to go much faster than before, you know, much faster than versus Terran. Knows that he doesn't have too many opportunities. Just wanted to scout what his opponent was doing, I guess. Later pool for Hamster, but he should be just fine here. But we'll see. Maybe I can be proven wrong. There's going to be 2 pairs of Zethicores made here by Zeke. Straight into the Larvosk. It is satisfying, as I said before, to see pro players adopt like strategies that cause Monarchy players have already come up with, like the pool into Larvosk or Larvosk into pool, and like the more one-base oriented Zerg strategies. Again, I really want to see Zerg be able to go hatch first or early hatch in general at their natural. I think that would be super cool. But is it going to happen? Well, that's up to you guys. I mean, Cannoli was doing it. And then, you know, Zeke started to have a lot of success with it. But did people adapt their strategies really heavily? I don't know. I didn't see the games where Zeke went, you know, early hatch and then died because of it, right? I've only seen games where he's gotten into a pretty good playable position. Zethicor's already attacking Hamster. Poor Hamster, he has no idea. He's playing against a StarCraft 1 Pro. Watch out, Hamster. There's Zeths in your base. Now, there are Quas coming out, so he is going to need to get the hell out of Dodge soon if he wants to keep these Zethicores alive. And some of the units even getting decollided there, but somehow he only loses 1 Zeth. Well, never mind. On the way out, they have a Blizzardism. I do feel like as the second Larvosk finishes up here for Zeke, he will need to start making some more units, but he trusts in his early scouting to detect that, like, okay, you weren't going any air units, right? I saw you were harvesting gas. That could have been for Larvosk, but your pool wasn't morphing. Only now are you moving out? Okay, I'll save one of my Zeths, and now I'll start making combat units. I love that Zeke plays this way. Riding that line. Really playing against the edge of, like, what is possible, what is doable, what is sensible for me to do. I don't know what the second Kagrant or third Kagrant was exactly. That might have been a plan that has gone afoul since, but he has made his Vornath, so maybe it was going to be a Larvosk and he changed his mind. Either way, he's going to have Quas in time to defend this push. Not so scary here from Hamster. It would have been a little bit more scary if, like, a lot of time had passed, but that's not what we see. Instead, the Quas are already on the ramp, putting some damage down range. Hamster's Quas are going to fight up, but the reinforcements will be more than enough to clean it as predicted. Now, Hamster does have himself a Zorkish Shroud. Zeke, on the other hand, has himself a Vornath Pond. And I'm wondering what exactly he's thinking with that. Is he just going to go Zeth Vorv early on? Well, I guess so. He's making a couple. I don't see Vorvs versus Zerg very often, so this is going to be really interesting. Already chasing with all of his Quas, forcing the opponent back. What I really think the Vornath Pond is, in the modern era, is a stepping stone toward the Calcure Lake. And sure, you'll make some Vorvs because they cost minerals only instead of costing gas. But you save your gas for the lake, and then you save your gas for Lyrilisks. That's sort of my thought. I think Calculisks can also make a really good argument for themselves, although they are pretty gas intensive at tier 1. You don't have access to the Oxal Cesians to skip the intermediary. You have to make Nathricors and then make the Calculus. So very, very different style. We do have a 6 Quaz drop coming out of Hamster, earmarked for the main base where there's only a Spraith right now. And there are Lakes coming as well for the hold. Now, Hamster might still just be in a lot of trouble here. There's a lot of Vorvs. And I think Ziki is one of the only Zerg players that makes almost all of his Zets into Vorvs, but then they regress into Zets afterwards. So it is a Zethricore delivery system, a missile, if you will. And I really don't think that the Quaz are going to get much damage dealt, considering there are 7 pairs of Zets being made at Ziki's base. It looks like Hamster's going to be overwhelmed. Really what matters is, can he use something with his Lakes without suffering too much damage? His workers are under attack. His Larvosk has been regressed. He only has 1 more. His larva production is so damn low, and the Lakes is actually dying before it can even burrow. Only one of them in the back line has actually been heckled, and the drop, at the other hand, it has been held at an arm's length by all the Zeth Vorv back at home. It is a disaster for Hamster, and Ziki will take game 1. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Because even if you keep that Lakes alive, I guarantee you will be eliminated. GG. There it is. Only slightly delayed. Hamster has fallen. Ziki is on the board. All right. I know I said Hamster is the favorite in this set, but I do say, like, Ziki has impressed me in that game. I didn't know how he would approach ZVZ. I've seen a couple of his ZVZs before. Definitely interesting, right? Definitely interesting. So Ziki will take it. We are going to go again one more time. We're going to go to Apollo, and that will be an exciting match as well. So bear with me. Gaze upon my face whilst I host that next replay for myself. And it will be a good time, because ZVZ is a fun time in Cosmonarchy. I mean, I know that we didn't see any Mutalisks, so people coming from Starcraft 1 are going to be really confused. But you can't look at that game and tell me, well, it would have been better if they could only make 2 units. Lads and lasses, Ziki in the top left. He is our... Celadon. Celadon Zerg. I was going to say asparagus. Hamster in the bottom right. Once again, Midnight Green Zerg. And this is Apollo by Biddyby. It is a Class 1 map. We actually didn't end up picking it for Acropolis 3, mostly because of tile set. Even though it has some Ice World tiles ported in, we had a lot of platform in the last map, right? So in the last tournament. So we were like, okay, no more platform maps, you know? We made our selections. Hydrith opener. Hamster, are you trying Iziracors again? Hamster is notorious for his 4 Iziracore rush. It's really funny because I think I've talked to you guys about this before. Maybe Ziki had already been on the receiving end of it from other players, or maybe I casted a Hamster Ziki match before, but I don't think I have. The reason why I point this out is because Hamster says, or other Zergs have said, this only works versus bad players. I think it was Neblime, maybe Hit 'em Up also said that. And Hamster's like, maybe I shouldn't try it versus Terran, because he was like trying it against Aoud and it really didn't do anything. That being said, I think it can do things. I'm just really interested to see if it works versus Ziki. Not that I think Ziki is a bad player, but knowledge checking is something that exists within Cosmonarchy. I was watching Ultra's stream yesterday, and he got knowledge checked pretty hard by Sausage, so no surprises there. But there's the 4 Iziracors on the way, so what will Ziki have? He'll have 2 pairs of Zets. He might need a Circuith. Like, I don't actually know how it goes in ZVZ. I guess if you get enough Quaz, you can deal with it, but he might actually need a Circuith. So he's making a second Kagrant. This will likely be a Larvosk. It's a little bit early for the Larvosk timing, but I'm sure that's what it's intended to be. If you guys are enjoying the stream, remember you can, and really, if you ask me, you should, donate to the stream to keep it going. $50 a day is our goal, but any bit helps. We got $3.33 earlier by Myriad. Much appreciated. You can go to streamlabs.com/Pronago and check that out. Now, first contact has already befallen Ziki. 2 Zeths hidden in the deck. Hydrith then now started reactively, and this is actually a Circuith. I wonder if he was planning to go unit light, and that's why he goes for the Circuith here. Some prescience from Ziki. Doesn't realize how important that Circuith is going to end up being, because he can try to body block with the Zethicores. Some Quasilisks are hatching. Hamster not happy about seeing a reactive Circuith already, but some Drolets are falling, and this is going to set Ziki, well, at least even, if not behind. He's actually down 4 workers already, but he has much more in the way of tech and larva production, right? Only now is Larvosk finishing up for Hamster. So Zeke shouldn't be too far behind, but this is advantage Hamster for sure. You can see them just bullying the Zetricors that are trying to surround them. The Quas might be able to catch up with the Izzies, but no, it doesn't look like it. They will saunter off, Giga Chad style. Hydra's then now finished for Zeke. He's going to start Hydras, but his economy is very pitiful, and 2 of his workers weren't even mining for that. So that is a little bit unfortunate for him. By the way, this map does feature neutral bases in the corners. This was originally layouted as a sort of like spiritual successor or homage in some way to a map by Veek7 called Cold Sweat. So if you guys are OGs enough to remember that map, I believe it was in Acropolis 1 for the map pool. Or maybe it was Tyrant's Tale. I know it was in Tyrant's Tale, but I don't remember if it was in AC1. It might have been after that. But regardless, it was a map that has seen a sort of homage to it. And those neutral bases in the corners where you can use them to a good extent with your scout worker or something are indeed a part of it. Azira is being focused down here. 5 HP on one of them. Hydra count pretty low on both sides. I feel a sneeze coming on. Hamster, are you making me allergic? I was allergic to seeing a Zetricor die, apparently. Well, this is ZVZ, so I might need to blow my nose a lot or something. Hamster has done pretty well to micro his units back, although I say that, maybe he lost his Izzies? Where did they go? They died. Okay, I was sneezing and I sneezed them away. They went to another map. Sorry, guys. Acherosk finishes up for Hamster. So he's got momentarily a Larva advantage right now over Zeke. Both of them keeping up, but obviously Zeke keeping up the pressure a little bit more. Even though he's got a smaller standing army. Now that the Hydra count is out in full force, we are going to need to see more military investment out of Zeke. He's adding his Vornath again. I do think that versus Hydrath units, the Vorv timing that Zeke went up to in the last game was definitely worthwhile. So it'll be interesting to see if that happens again. Loading up 3 Hydras into the Ovileth. He will be earmarked for a drop. I don't usually like Hydra drops, but it might be good. I mean, there's no defenses for it. Zeke expanding his Kagra inside his base. He's got a second Larvos coming. What do we got for production on the other side? Skibact and Eskagant coming for Hamster. No extra larva, though. He's got his 4 larva per 14 seconds. So Zeke's only sort of treading in that respect. He's coming back to the same level of larva production as his opponent, but he does have his Vorvs out already. So I will say his army is going to be a little bit more mobile than whatever Hamster ends up putting together, especially if Bactyls are involved. Vorvs versus Bactyls, depending on the engage, can absolutely shut them down because they just scream past all of the other units or go for a flank, and suddenly they just don't take as much damage. Third Larvos likely to be focused down here, honestly. Yep, that's exactly what I expected to see. If it's not canceled, Zeke's going to be in trouble. Yeah, no money back. And he can't even really punish the Hydras. So that was for free, sniping the player that was trying to supersede him in terms of larva. Hamster definitely managing much better in this game than on Acid Test. The Vorvs are moving across the map, which I do largely agree with. However, I don't think a bust is possible based on the double circuit and the Hydra Izzy that's over here. So, you know, Tethvit Swamp coming as well. Okay. I mean, Hamster is equipping himself with some tools. I guess if he gets some Tetzoricors out, it'll be really hard for, like, the Vorv-based army that Zeke has to do anything. But the Calcure Lake is finishing up, and that's where I think things start to turn on their heads. Calculisks would be delicious right about now. But instead, he's going to go ahead and make himself some Lyrilisks. A lot of money in the bank. He'll take 12 o'clock. Love that 3-base gameplay out of Zerg. And yes, before you guys ask, if you're coming from StarCraft 1, it is very normal in ZVZ for 2-base play to be a guarantee. Not quite a guarantee. It's commonplace. Unless the game ends super early, it's very, very commonplace. Oh, no! Hamster ends up absent-mindedly flying his transport into defensive units. I will say that is a flaw that Hamster has. generally speaking. Third base now coming for him as well, keeping scale with his opponent, and adding another Larvosk in the process. Did we ever get another Larvosk for Ziki? It doesn't look like it. He's still a little bit down in terms of production. And the Tetzoricores are indeed out. So this unit, once upon a time, its main goal was to just do as much damage as it could to all units around it and lifesteal. It still has that goal, but it also has access to the same ability that the Zarkavracore has, which is a Gorgocore mutation, where when it takes damage, it retaliates with a spike in the direction of whoever attacked it. Catching a Lyrilusk is pretty big there. Individual units don't matter that much in these kinds of fights, but can be impactful. Anyway, watch out for the Tetzoricores. They might take a very, very long time to focus down. Corvicore's helping with their armor end, though. That's really, really big. Looks like we still have a good number of them. They're taking a long time to whittle down, and during this time, the Hydras are at large. Meanwhile, the Ovaleth catching so many of those Lyrilusks instead of allowing them to fight with the against the ground. Those two Tetzoricores on very, very low HP values, definitely worth their weight in minerals and gas. But mostly minerals, as they are quite a low gas unit. Ziki's taking the worker advantage, but it's pretty minimal, and both players are starting to harvest from their third bases. Static defense erecting at 12 o'clock for Ziki. Not so for Hamster. He's just getting straight to mining instead. Many more workers available right now for our StarCraft 1 Pro, though. Hungary versus Russia is the matchup right now, if you guys care about the continental parts, the country-based parts. Interesting Circuit placement. I guess it's anti-drop. But, yeah, after Newt, like, unloads here and then runs up or whatever, I can see it. Iris starting for Hamster. He does not want to stick around on Tier 1, even though he's explored exactly 1/3 of the units available to you. In terms of what he's got access to, not in terms of what he's made. I guess it would be closer to like 1/4 of the units that he's made. Anyway, bottom line is there's a lot of units in Cosmonarchy. A lot of flexibility. But Hamster, he wants something in Tier 2. 3 Iziricores in an Ovaleth, earmarked for that mineral line in the main base, you can tell. This is a map where your third does not protect your main from drops. You need to take a 4th for that, or I guess a 5th in Ziki's case. So that's something to keep in mind. I think Hamster is taking a more conventional expansion layout, and he'll probably take this as his 4th towards the 3 o'clock position, with the express idea of protecting his main from drops and air raids. Iris complete. We'll see what Hamster wants to do with that. Just a couple of units moving back and forth. Ziki is rocking out with his pretty big army right about now. And only 3 Iziricores. I mean, there is the double circuit to defend this, actually. I thought Hamster would go straight for the mineral line. But as it currently stands, their Iziricores are not even able to attack. He does shut down mining for the time being, but pulling away Ziki's attention might be enough for him to try to come across this ramp over here, this bridge, rather. Iziricores will finally be dealt with, and the workers are returning to their harvests. We saw the gas cap for Hamster, at least in terms of, yeah, his natural only now, but his main a long time ago. Sees the third base well staffed. Nothing at 6 o'clock. Ziki knows it. All right, here we are. Some Bactylisks have been made for Ziki's side. I think his army is in a pretty good position here, but again, those Tetzoricores are in a much bigger count now. And again, the Iziricores will have a hard time against the Lyrilusks, but the Bactylisks are getting run down on, and that means that their bounce attacks are just nothing. Hydras are coming out. That's really, really good versus the armored targets instead. The Bactylisks don't struggle as much, and so this will be a kill for Ziki in terms of the army. But Tier 2 is indeed present. Oh, some Vorv run-bys over here trying to focus down workers. Really good shift targeting here for a little bit there. You could tell that they were queued to attack those. And it does look like Hamster's in trouble. His Tier 2 might have been a little bit too fast. His 4th base at that 3 o'clock location, as predicted. But scouted out by Ziki and maybe forced to defend it while the main army is on the way. Instead, they're going to wrap around and try to go down the ramp, cycling over to force a cancel onto this hatch, which was already, looks like, dead to rights. Will Hamster cancel it in time? No. It looked like he looked over there, too, and he's just like, nah, I have money. Convolisks are being made. The Matraval Nest was the tech du jour of Hamster. I don't know how to say that in Russian, so I said it in French. 16 Iziricores about to hatch. Oh, the Convol is getting jumped on immediately. That would have been a good choice there, I think, from Mr. Ziki, but he doesn't end up following in on it. because that would have just sniped out the only tech over here. Now, that being said, the Khaz'Trith is up, so you do have to respect this. All units with that yellow overlay have extra attacks. A Vorv run by tries to get past all the Izira cores, and I guess maybe a third of them do. And there's not very many defenses in here, but it's more than enough to deal with this. So just kind of distracting, sowing the seeds of chaos, and then trying to fall back over the ramp, over the bridge, but a little bit difficult there for Ziki to do. Has to think about what his tech path is out of this, because his gas count is very, very low. He has not capped any of his nodes, I've noticed, and he's slowed his harvest over there at 12 o'clock. He is taking a 4th base. I mean, he's taking it, but he's making workers for it now. We'd love to see a transfer out of the main base here. Oh, Apollo is also a 1500 mineral map, by the way, so main bases are starting to deplete, or have mostly depleted already. Most maps these days are made with 2K. It's just kind of a new, you could call it standard that we're going for. The Irileth with the Scorchrith Cesian. Now, Hamster's favorite unit is the Irileth because it can pick up the advanced static defense, but I actually don't think that Ziki is going to be too bothered by this, you know what I mean? He's got units all over the place. He probably wasn't expecting a static defense structure to come out of there, but it's not so static now, is it? Well, while he's trying to deal with this, with a couple of Hydras pinched off for it, should be more than enough. Hamster is moving across the map, but without his Khaz'Trith to really multiply the power of his few Convolisks, I don't know if he's going to be able to overwhelm what Ziki has. This is a really bad fight for our Hungarian, though. Starting to add a couple more units. You can see him making 9 Hydralisks and a Tetzoricor, actually, on his side, but not quite done yet. And the Bactylisks that are closer to that bridge are just getting shellacked. Run down. The swath of meat that Hamster has right now is overpowering, overwhelming. All of the Lyrilisks have died, and that's most of the armor pen in this comp. Now, there are a lot of Hydras still. Should be able to deal with these Izira cores on the front line, but how do you get to the back? Thankfully for Ziki, Hamster's Convolisks were not involved in most of that fight. That would have been a very, very different fight if they were. Would have been almost disastrous. You can see now Hamster trying to fall back away. I don't actually know if there's enough chase potential. 1 Hydra in the middle of this not yet mining 4th base. Very interesting. Just kind of scouting around, ends up trying to make the most of it, kills a couple of workers and distracts Hamster a little bit. But yeah, punishing some of the army. We do have more military units in the bank here, but Hamster actually not really building so many. He's got a big bank, but he's not making too many units right now. 18 Hydras instead. Yeah, why not? Spend down what I got. I think maybe his larva count is a little bit low. Oh no, maybe he just doesn't have these hatches on hotkey. Not really entirely sure. Obviously made many rounds of Drollats here to saturate that 4th base, so might be why. Ziki's still a little bit under the pump worker-wise, but he will have a pretty good army. I feel like he needed to go. I feel like he needed to attack. His Thraitholeths are on the way. The upgraded Matraval Nest providing access to those. And that's coming straight out of the Oxel Cesian, if I'm not mistaken. Tier 2 now started for Ziki. Precarious position in the main base, but all right. Akistra cores are absolutely absurd, I feel like. I haven't actually seen too many of them in action, and that hatch is going to have to get canceled by Hamster, surely. Does he know? Oh, he's trying to maybe defend it instead. Over here, the Drollats are being heckled at this base, and you can see him pulling away, but that hatch is going to die. Oh, no, just narrowly saved. I can't believe... I would have thought that would have died, so Hamster, hats off to you, son. I don't know how you realized that would happen, but good job. It feels like with no Vespene caps here, Ziki is starting to fall behind. Maybe he has been falling behind in terms of Vespene. Tech Kara cores are coming. Expect a lot of Rillisks, little flying broodlings, you can call them. And I just don't really know if Ziki has enough units to deal with that. I also don't think he's going to have the luxury of being able to choose when the fight happens and under what conditions. 5th base has just now popped for Hamster. You can see it popping for Ziki over here as well. So they are mirroring each other in terms of base count, in terms of where they're going. They took a different path to get there. Matraval Nest now for Ziki. Okay. He wants to maybe fight fire with fire. There's many more structures you can make. The Mutat Spire, I would love to see at some point, but obviously we're a ways off that being considered meta. I think the Sicrilisks would help Ziki out a lot. Tekkerikor is frontlining. They are a melee unit, but good luck. Good luck trying to deal with them. Oh, it warms my heart. When's the plague? When plague? That Karakor is just kind of getting shellacked right now. Not really able to engage onto the fight. I'm still waiting to see the plagues. They could definitely help out quite a bit. But the Carapace Storm kind of used against Hamster there, even though it was his own. Yeah, now he's trying to put him down underneath his own. Absorbs up to 1,000 damage. Very, very impactful there before it ends up collapsing. Still no plagues. No, there is a plague field, but he can't pop them. He's too busy trying to deal with the front line there. Yeah, multiple plague fields. Really, really good there. You can't stand and fight underneath that. You got to wait for it to go away. Bit of an impasse these two players find themselves at now, waiting for the next round of units and reinforcements. Karakors come in to try to pop as many units as possible with their splash, but oh man, actually, the plague ends up getting doubled down afterwards. That was really good combo. They just spread the plague everywhere. It's all over Zeki's army. He still has some convolisks hatching. Maybe he can make something happen here, as most of the DPS is actually gone from Hamster's army. Oh my god, the plagues are outrageous right now. And the Carapace Storm to try to defend as well. But you can't kill the Rillarokor, buddy. You've got no melee. Zeki trying to make some Vilgorikors of his own. You can turn those into his Thraitholeths if you have the upgrade. Dactyl's moving forward. Another Carapace Swarm, but no, you don't want to use it there. That's not where you want to put it. That just shields your enemy. His melee just dealing so much damage. Eventually it'll be taken care of. The Convolisks on both sides trying their best. Zeki is locked in combat with Hamster right now. He has not really focused on much of anything as far as production. Now he's starting to spin down some of his larvae. A lot of minerals in the bank. A Mutat Spire started for Hamster behind this, but it looks like Hamster's pushing in pretty heavily, and every base matters a great deal right now as Zeki is actually down a mining base. He is not mining from his 5th base. Can't say the same about Hamster at 6 o'clock. So this is looking like a Hamster victory right now. Unless he can be routed, I think he's broken through. Zeki's making 15 Hydras, but that will not help you. That will not wipe this army. The battle is already won, it feels, but Hamster collecting himself on the precipice of defeating a StarCraft 1 Pro. Mini Carapace Swarms trying their best to shield the Vilgorikors. They do really well against Factalisks, but they are being overwhelmed. GG is called, and Hamster can scarcely believe it drops only 1G. And that is a tie set between these two. Now, I don't know the fate of a third game because the replay didn't work, but I will say that was a really, really good ZVZ. I love ZVZ. There you go. Whoever voted for Hamster get their channel points back. Good job. After Zeki ended up winning the first game and it was very decisive, I really thought there was a few times he was going to take a longer one as well, but Hamster ends up with it. Very nice, very nice. Hey, if Doglived is still here, you posted a replay that says you versus Vilius, but I'm pretty sure it's you versus Kasuga, because I accidentally launched it and when I was looking for the Hamster games, and Kasuga was the name in there, so just check that out. I mean, I'll cast the Kasuga replay. I like me some Kasuga, and I like me some PvP. But there's a Watchpoint game that looks like it's fairly short, and it's you versus Kasuga, Doglift. All right. What else do we get to see here? We're going to try to evaluate more maps today. So Watchpoint would actually be pretty fun to see. Yeah, Dog likes his rush. If you hold his rush, what does he even do? Beat you in a macro game? Probably, but still. That's like unlocking a second level. All right, I think for now we're going to cast some Shopkeeper Dog versus Cannoli, because that sounds like a funny matchup. And the matches are on Potadea, so I want to take a look at that map. I believe this is TVZ. And we saw really some... Like, Ziki was definitely giving Newt... Like, forcing Newt to play the game, but Newt did seem to have the open and shut, like, good Savant strategy. So I want to see if Shopdog has a similar experience with that kind of thing, if he's even going bio. So let's check that out, guys. Let's do some TVZ again. Will we cast any Protoss today? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't if Alexander donates enough. Got him. The game that originated most Rush memes, expected always. Wait, what? After Rush, he just GG the game. Yeah. Who wants to watch Protoss anyway? Brain bits on Dog, heart bits on Cannoli. I can see that. No churn, I can see that. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. We're about an hour and a half in, or an hour 15 in, or whatever. Go for at least another hour. See where we go from there. All right, I am loading up the replays. Potadea, a map that I would definitely like to see a little bit more of. Shopkeeper Dog is in the bottom right, and he is our turquoise Terran. Cannoli in the top left, that's our pumpkin Zerg. And we are here looking at some TVZ from players who are a bit more steeped in the meta. Newt just returned, and Ziki is a pro. So this set will look very different than the previous TVZ that we casted. It's definitely true, Alexander. It's definitely true. Don't take my little jesting as requesting, if you know what I mean. We out here with the homies having a good time. Larvosk first from Cannoli, no surprises there. He is no longer the hatch first maniac. This is not going to be an occupied space for the beginning of the game. And Shopdog is indeed going bio, so that's interesting. He's also moving his Mason in a peculiar path. I don't know if he thought this is a 4 spawn, or if he thought this was a 3 spawn, so you could spawn here. I don't know. Either way, wanted to go around. I thought for a second he was going to proxy. That was going to get really exciting. Dog proxying? Not since the Tyrant's Tail qualifier versus Smarty Cakes have I seen him proxy. Oh, no, that's not true. Not since Acropolis 2 Battlement stage versus Aoud on Muspelheim have I seen him proxy. And I guess on Spinal Tap. It's going to be a Hydrith first for Cannoli, so I think early pressure is a way to get a little bit of value here. And the Mason did, of course, walk right past it, so he knows it's there. What else does Dog think about? Circuith on the ramp, shielded by the Hydra's Den. 4 Hydras on the way, that Mason continuing to scout. This is looking like a TVP scout right here from Starcraft 1. You just keep the Mason alive as long as possible until a Dragoon starts killing it. In this case, the Dragoon is a Hydra. I know. Confusing. Pretty early Cyprian stack forming here for Shopdog. See if that ends up being good or not. I do think Cyprians are pretty solid. Bio seems to be in a very strong position. It was already, I think, a fine opener versus Zerg. But I think you can make it happen versus Protoss and maybe a couple other cases as well. There might be a chance you can do it versus Terran. But of course, one thing I've noticed about the competitive players here that we have is people really do just decide, do I have a little bit of immediate success with bio now? Well, mech is unviable, never building a fulcrum again. That's just the way it goes, guys. Even if it's actually pretty good in a different way and leads to just different game states, and then it could be a stylistic thing you look at. A lot of the top players do have a little bit of, maybe not groupthink, but they just kind of decide, yeah, that's really good. And that's when you can go off the meta and beat them, potentially. So, definitely a cool thing. What's up, Adam? Welcome, welcome. Hurricanes setting these Izira cores alight, and the Cyprians are definitely going to help out versus that. Mavericks get stimmed. Shopdog does need a lot of APM. Terra needs a lot of APM to work bio in the early stages of the game, I think. But he is going Quarry and Mass Treasury behind this. So, Vilius, take notes. This is how you beat Alexander. Build big bio. Build more than one production. Then make Treasury, Quarry, Treasury. Yes. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to do Gamba as well. All right, you guys got 30 seconds. Because you're already seeing for the first 5 minutes of the game, so vote now. Bet now. Who win? Mass Talos coming. Covenant coming. Chopdog certainly going to be developing nicely, but we already have a Ski Backed, and some Bactylisks are on the way. I wouldn't hate to see some Tetzora cores. I know some people were hypothesizing that the Tetzora core could be a good counter to the Savant, even with the power drain, the power siphon, because the passive doesn't have a cooldown associated with it that scales with the active cooldown of the unit. It just fires the attack and puts it on... It just puts it on like a flat cooldown, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it does actually scale with the cooldown. But if it doesn't, then suddenly you're stabbing back at the Savants. And you're lifestealing for that as well. So anyway, could be a good one. Could be a good choice. Hydra's coming. Mass Izira Core. Great front line here for Cannoli. Can't believe you missed the Gamba. Unbelievable. Just make more treasuries, Vilius, says Alexander. Well, it's definitely going to be a large number of Mavericks out here, and a couple Eidolons before Savant. Interesting choice. Izira Core is trying their best, but the Hydra back is only now arriving. Really got to watch out for the Maverick stack right now. And the Izira Cores are being shellacked. Cyprian, Huracan combining to really bring them down, and now the Bactylists are just going to get annihilated. That bio quantity, way more than Cannoli could deal with. And that's his last combat unit. So what's he going to do now? Zorka Shroud. I respect the idea, but you are under attack. Treasury in the bottom left is the third base there for Shopdog, as he continues to climb in workers. I see Shambler has arrived. Eggs arrived a while ago. I forgot to say hi. Hi, Eggs. Hope do well. Hope man do well. Hurricanes have seen a great resurgence because of the fact that bio is being used more often. People are realizing, holy shit, these guys are good. Larva annihilated immediately, and I'm not talking about the Starcraft 1 player, although maybe he'll play Cosmonarchy one day and get annihilated immediately. That's a dead hatch. Simple as. Trying to collapse upon the bio. Initially, great success here for Cannoli as he tries to overwhelm the Cyprians and the etc. But overall, Hydra count is thinned out. Base is destroyed. We are on 2 base with a third developing for our Shopdog. Let's see, let's count the workers. Yeah, reasonable saturation already. Let's count the workers over here. Yep, same. Many stockades, many men being made, treasuries added everywhere. Mason and Talos combined. Soon, Shopdog can make 3 treasuries with the Mason, the Talos, and the Ogun. Because I'll be officially adding that to the game today. Cannoli is considering what item to make, what units to create. and he decides on Droleth. Bactalisk's only now starting. This does feel like Shopdog is just going to kind of run over him, honestly. But maybe I'm wrong about that. One thing I do think about the treasury style, making lots of Talos, a lot of his money is going into workers to make more money later. He's never, like, stopping the Talos production. You guys know what I'm saying? It's just make more Talos. Always more Talos. And so, even though he's making a lot more money, he's scaling up his treasury count, making a lot more Talos, and that is meaning that he doesn't have the army to actually, like, beat positions. I think he could probably have ended the game right then, but he doesn't know that for sure. And so it just extends the game length, I think, in this particular case. But he is making workers, making units, winning games. That's the way that dog goes. This is another reason why in that game versus Neblime, where he went for a really, really delayed tier 2 and ended up dropping it. That was all the way on Quasar Quartet. It feels like Shopdog was in a position... Oh my god, Zorius exploding immediately. We'll hold that thought as the Hydras and Bactalisks are going to get overwhelmed for the umpteenth time. The Zorius not providing too much. Probably needed Lakis to deal with the Hurakan count. And that's a dead, well, canceled hatch, so good reactions there from Cannoli. But there's only the one circuit, so... Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. The man who would defeat everybody with cheeky strats in FFAs has been gotten. We'll see you at Weekend War, Cannoli, because you're out of here. GG. First game going the way of Shopdog. Not a huge surprise. However, I will once again point out that... oh my god, somebody bet on Cannoli. I'm sorry. Somebody should consider that. Somebody should consider that. I'm sure he wins a game, or at least looks pretty good at some points. Like, that last game, Shopdog just took a while to kill him, but I think we're going to get somewhere with this. Let's see. Game 2, Shopdog in the top left. I don't know what this color is. Cannoli is pumpkin in the bottom right. What is Shopdog? This is mint? No, dark spring green. Well, it doesn't look too dark to me, so I was never going to guess that one. Anyway, he is in the top left. Neutron quoting my homie. Oh, there's probably a unit that has that as a unit response, isn't there? Is that the Madrigal? Get back up, fucker. True. Gamba up. Yeah, Madrigal has a bunch of quotes from songs that I thought were really good. So, it's a reference to the song, Death is Real. The instrumental of which I used during one of the Acropolis 3 hype intros. And it is by Rivers of Nile. Dog. There's a dog in your base. Zerg Dogleth. Get it. Oh, he's stealing gas! The Vandal. Eats him. He tried to use the gas as a deadly weapon to beat the Maverick over the head with, but it was unsuccessful. I don't know who could have seen that coming. Pool instead of Hydrith Den for Cannoli this time around. And it's actually Pool before Larvosk. So that's interesting. Cannoli is more of a make Droleth player, you know what I mean, in the early game, so bit of a surprise there. Adds another Kagrant. Likely to be a Larvosk, judging by the gas count. This feels like a very defensive base setup from Dog. I wonder what he was doing with that. These mineral field formations kind of remind me of High Water. That was a map. Nobody really thought that the map was like super good or anything, right? Treasury starting for Dog here. But High Water, I thought, created some very interesting games. It's just the maps were really wild back then. I did try to make a sort of successor to it called Stillwater. Maybe we'll get some games on that later on. That'll probably be like a next week thing, though. Priority testing is definitely like Potadea, Genesis Y, Angel Tier Straight, Watchpoint. I said Endpoint, but I'm pretty happy with the testing there. I think it's just going to become a Class 2 map. It's interesting, but it's a little bit too open, I think. Like, it's functional. I just don't know if it creates super good games yet. Bio move out is over here, but I think the Quaz count is more than enough to deal with this, especially factoring in the cliff advantage. It's really hard for Cyprians to do much in that particular situation. Five Cyprians. Could kill a lot of Quaz. Cannoli biding his time, waiting for something else that he wants to go for. A Hydrith Den. Okay. All right. Well, with the Hydrothin more than halfway done, and a Covenant starting before the third Stockade, it's pretty safe to say this game is shaping up to go similarly to the first. However, Starpad earlier on is allowing Shopdog to potentially get an Anseal out. Cannoli really wants to mass up a lot of larva and just make a lot of unit. That's Cannoli's strategy. I think after the show match, that's this week, by the way, this Friday, show match, Bonneth, Ultra, Hawk is the current lineup. I will try and figure out... I will organize over the weekend a tournament announcement for the first qualifying tournament into Acropolis 4, which is going to take place probably March, April-ish. We'll see how that goes. So if you guys are interested in another tournament coming up, that will definitely be a good one to take a look at. And I'll get the details ready for you this weekend. If Dog had 80 Hurricanes, he could push this ramp. Yeah. Yeah, not much you can't do with 80 Hurricanes. Attack an air unit. About it. Going up to Quintuple Stockade is Shopkeeper Dog. I like that he's scaling his treasury count a bit less this time around. Not as greedy. He's going to go for an expansion at a more sane time. Oh, he's double expanding, I think. I'm always a little bit surprised when we have people making stuff with Masons still when you have Taluses. I guess it's because they're more efficient harvesters than the Mason. But I always think, like, it's so much more convenient. You don't have to wait for the Mason to path there by ground. The Talus is faster. Many other reasons, you know? Just adding another Stockade. Slow but steady. And only starting to add Bactylisks. He's got a Ring of Quaz over here with his little campaign defense looking thing. Cannoli likes to make box art. I'm realizing that now. Gonna go ahead and try to get himself out of the containment. He has so much larva. Good bounces, good bounces. Picks a Cyprian as well. No, Adam, Taluses don't build faster. They used to, like, 2.5 years ago or something. But not at all recently. I guess it was probably only 1.5 years ago, but whatever. Upon open ground, the Bactylisks are not going to be as useful here. You know what it feels like to me? It kind of feels like the Zerg versus the Savant. If you wanted to try to deal with the Savant, you need that Vilgoricore. So if you identify that your opponent is massing up, you might just decide to go for a faster tier 2 timing and grab the Matravel. Because if you can get Vilgs out, they really do cut Savant DPS a lot. That might be like the meta counter to that, if you will. I still think there's an answer in tier 1, and that there should probably be an answer in tier 1, considering how easy it is to get access to the Savant, but, you know. I mean, Dog is playing a weird style, where he's just massing Stockade. He went from not building much bio to massing Stockade, so. Pretty big army setup here, but a lot of them DPS from Cannoli's army is dealing with that treasury. Savants deploy. You gotta fall back away from them. Zone denial. The change to make it so that the fire keeps burning if any damage is dealt is honestly a really good change for having Hurricanes help out for longer in fights, as well as after they are dead. I think those kinds of disengages was kind of what Bio needed, like forcing your opponent to disengage or being able to say, I'm going to commit to the attack. I think it worked out pretty well, honestly, as far as what people are starting to get accustomed to. A double expand from Cannoli, but he can't make workers for it yet. He needs to make more units. He's struggling, and his army is all the way off to the side. These Hydras will staff this position. Maybe then he can try to collapse it. Huracan gets blown up, but that's about it. We can say Dog is on 3 base, but he has the ability to develop fairly quickly into more bases. Droleth's being made, Bactol's being made. Kind of an underrated aspect to having the units that mutate is the fact that you can still enhance your army strength without spending your larva. All about that larva balance. And only not quite positioning his army to accept the incoming threat as easily as he would like to. He only has Hydrith units as well. There's some Quas mixed in, but to deal with those Eidolons, I think he's going to need a little bit more. Dog is just kind of roving around the map. I feel like Dog could crush the army that Cannoli has, but he doesn't yet believe in the heart of the cards. He's linked up with a lot of Hurricans, though. I mean, 28 Hurricans. Hell yeah, brother. Look at that Ahmed count. 14 Savants, 14 Eidolons, 15 Mavericks, and 28 Hurricans. He even got 4 Cyprians left over. That one Anseal likely to go down, though. Bactal count's pretty high. Are there any more combat units coming? 10 Iziricors. If those end up staffing, yeah, Dog is taking his sweet time to macro up and manage his bases, so it looks like Cannoli will potentially be able to settle. 3 Fulcrums being added. Mirian gets his wish. Atlas, more than halfway done for tier 2. Cannoli is pretty close to affording his own Iral Iris, so we might actually get to see that Vilgoricore theory that I was postulating earlier. We'll see what he wants to do with it. There it is. And make some more Iziricors to spend down his mineral bank. So it does look like that 6 o'clock-ish area will be tested. Will be most likely just shattered. I really don't think you're going to get much else. Iziricore will give a little bit of advance warning on the attack, but that's just going to tell Dog to keep going. Palladium add-on behind this. He's going to add Phalanxes to the composition, and the Atlas is done. Chop Dog shutting down another base. Cannoli trying to wrap around to see if he can kill the backside of the base, backside of the army, and avenge the base that way. But there's a lot of Hurricans still over here. Iziricore even comes down from the top rope, but I don't know how useful that guy will end up being. Kind of, maybe a bit more than I thought. And you can see now the Savant's trying to join in with the rest of the battle. The Eidolons helping out massively as the Iziricore reinforcements are trying their best to keep things going. The Hurricans are slowly being chipped away at, but goddamn did they serve their purpose. And at the end of the day, Hydra-backed Iziricore standing okay in this position, especially when you consider that Chop Dog is so far behind the 8 ball, right? Cannoli is so far behind the 8 ball with regards to his base count. That being said, Chop Dog did invest a ridiculous amount of his attention and money in building more bases. Oh, I thought this was an island, but the new version of the map doesn't have it as an island. Is this an island now? No? No islands. Okay, got it. Guild Hall coming up. I don't know if it's going to be autocrats or Olympians, but I say yes, no matter what it is. And there's the Matravel Nest. Cannoli knows. Cannoli knows he needs the Vilgoricors. He has no units, dude. Chopdog could just kill him. Get him, dog. Couple Maddies being added to the pool of units that Shopdog is making. That's not where that treasury goes, or if it is, that's not where that tile marker goes. Vilgoricors are activating. He needs a lot more artillery to deal something, though. I guess Convolisks could help out as well, redirecting some of the splash damage. Reducing the attack speed ever so slightly. Obviously, Armor Rend helps out a lot. I feel like that's probably really good in this moment. First couple of Carapace Swarms. There is a Phalanx. That Antseal is going to get annihilated, surely. No, somehow it doesn't immediately get sniped out. And the Vilgoricors are trying to add a little bit of value here. But again, where's the DPS? Where's the damage? The Bactylisks are nowhere to be found. And, of course, the Savants are still running amok. Well, standing amok. And the Olympians are rising from the muck, but they're not actually here yet. And so I think that will be it. I mean, there's just no more units for Cannoli. He's got a big bank, but no units. Tell me a story I haven't heard of before. All right. It was a slow grind. It was not enough workers to end game yet, but Shopdog will take it. Not the most stalwart of fights, I'll tell you that much, but Shopdog is indeed going to take that game. We'll jump into another one. And of course get our Gamba going. A contested bet for the first time in a while. Cannoli in the top left. Will he take it now? He is our Pumpkin Zerg. And in the bottom right, Shopkeeper Dog is our Dark Spring Green Terran. Oh no, just regular Dark Green now. Baited Dark Green Terran. I do think that the Vilgoricors were a pretty good choice, but probably needed to be done when he still had the big army that he traded around this position. We can talk a little bit more about the map since we're expecting similar build orders with the Stockade already starting. The big change that Patadea made, the second version of it that Biddy did, made to this choke point here, I am largely in favor of. I feel like it's still buildable, so that isn't different. But I think it simplifies the vision thing. There was a vision bug for the longest time where I think it might have been intentional because it was in there for so long. I can never keep that straight in my head and as far as memory goes. The middle of the map used to be a little bit different as well, but I quite like the big open area here and the way that like armies can clash moving up to this direction, like that little line, or maybe this little line here down top right, bottom left. The paths around for these satellite bases I think are acceptable. This feels like it will be a big money map in terms of when you play on this map, you have access to a lot of bases. So I think you will see a pretty large number of macro games on a map like Patadea. And thinking about the map pool as it currently stands, as far as the Class 1 map pool goes, I guess Apollo comes to mind as a potential map for the same thing. But because of the base layout, it's a lot easier to do harassment and a lot easier to do like early game shenanigans, early game attacks and stuff. It doesn't really feel like you're as likely to get into a macro game, whereas Patadea is kind of designed, it feels like, for that purpose. Going into the other Class 1 maps that we have that we can take a look as a comparison point, Crisis Vector also feels a little bit more middle of the road there. Like if I was designing a map pool for a tournament, if I had Apollo and Crisis Vector in the same pool, then I would be thinking, okay, other two-spawn maps need to be either more fast-paced, more zany in some way, like, you know, Brainstorm is wild, right? More of a wild card map in that way. Or they should be like Patadea, where it's more likely to be a macro map, more likely to be a bit more of a steady game in that respect. The rush distance is respectable. The base count is very high. These are the kinds of maps where when you're playing it, the styles that you're going to see, if you're trying to do something in the aggressive side, unless there's a big skill diff, you're probably not going to be able to make it happen. Not as well as a map like Brainstorm or a map like Watchpoint or a map like even Crisis Vector and Apollo have more room for that sort of thing. So sort of my analysis there. I'm looking at the other 2 spawn maps that we have. I see Demaloon, Dyadic Shore. Obviously, those are very different maps. Demaloon is probably a little bit closer to Patadea, but I still think of it as like Crisis Vector-esque in terms of its middle-of-the-roadness. And yeah, overall, I think it's just interesting to see those kinds of changes. I guess what I would also say is that, like, Crisis Vector and Near Impact are also lookalikes in that respect. Not in terms of visuals, obviously, but in terms of the styles that they present. Patadea definitely feels a bit more measured, a bit more prolonged, but maybe that'll prove to be incorrect, as we do have a early scuffle over here, and the Hurricanes are getting focused down quite nicely by Cannoli. Iziracore staying alive as much as they can, and the Mavericks are going to fall very, very quickly, so this is going to be a dead bio attack. Much better opener here for Cannoli as he goes for that Hydrith Den with double Larvosk. And now he's just going to droll up very safely, put some pressure on with the units that he's got, not looking for a kill, and shouldn't be available to him anyway. But definitely looks like a better spot here for Cannoli to be in than before. A second treasury is earmarked to begin here, but first he's got to deal with the attack force. Doesn't quite get that Iziracore. And Cannoli thinking about the expansion. Again, Cannoli's mechanics are questionable. He obviously could have had it a long time ago, but he's focusing really hard on one thing. You can, by the way, Q burrow in Cosmonarchy. Just don't interrupt it afterwards. It'll burrow immediately. Very good, very good. I think that was a solid start here for Cannoli. We won't see as much of a drubbing, perhaps, as the last 2 games, even though it was pretty slow going. A more exciting game. I feel like I could have podcasted about maps on any of the other games, either of the first 2, but this one looking a lot better for Cannoli. Fast Third Stockade, no Starpad tech. Quarry obviously are up and running, but Talus is still yet to hit the field in any considerable number. And Fast Ski Backed. I guess he's probably doing this for Bactylisks. I don't think he's going to rush Tethvith. I feel like that's a little bit harder to do, but I guess he'll have a second base soon. And he has the larva production to make a lot more units, and a lot more Droleth in particular. You can see him already pulling workers. He has a very well-saturated main base, so makes sense to do so. And just in time, as the Hatteras does end up completing. They are not tasked onto the actual resource field, so he's got to fix that part. But yeah, pretty soon he's going to have access to a hell of a lot of Vespine and some extra minerals as well. Honestly, I really like Cannoli's position. Faster Covenant from Dog is going to try to deal with it earlier. And the Maverick will get out, slip the net, and try to go for a scout. Cannoli doesn't seem to have even clocked it. Fine. Fair enough. Droleth about to pop, so this is looking really nice for Cannoli's economy. Definitely staying ahead of Shopdog, despite this being a more economic-oriented build. And I feel like this might be how Zerg want to play against this style. Just make a lot of workers, and then just spike up to a nice high-tech army. Higher tech army. With these Iziracores reinforcing, the Hydras can safely mutate into backs on the front line, and then they don't have to take the very, very long trek across. That will, however, be revealed by this Maverick that Bactylisks are in position and ready to go, and that the space is very well saturated. So we'll see what Dog wants to do in response to that. Talus is moving to 6 o'clock, or maybe the bottom left, to go for another expansion, but Dog can't do what he's been doing, and a Tethvith Swamp is indeed on the way. Cannoli has 1,000 minerals. He can absolutely swarm the map with Iziracores if he wants to. Remember, he does still have lots of Larvosks, so he's just going to make a lot of Droleth instead. He doesn't have another base to send them to, so he is going to need to take a third pretty soon. But oversaturating isn't the end of the world, I suppose. Savant's coming out. We've got 4 of them and 4 more on the way. Yeah, 4 more just popped, actually. 3 more on the way. So Dog is in control of his side of the map, and it does look like Cannoli is going to go ahead and retreat as he attempts to double expand. 10 Iziracores, 2 Bactylisks, and still has enough money for both hatches. If Cannoli can manage all the bases, he's in a winning position right now. Like, not just advantaged, but I really do think he is very far ahead in terms of tempo. And he's making the Tetzoracores, so that's what he's going to spend most of his money on. He does put down 1 hatch, but his 4th base will have to wait for a little bit. And I think that is fair. Meanwhile, the 4th is not yet in the sight for Dog, but his 3rd is up. Just needs to actually saturate it. Will be a slow-going process. Talus is peeling off the natural. which leaves it a little bit under strength, but not too bad for the time being. Like, Shopdog has more workers than you typically have with Ministry builds, as of right this moment. But his army is smaller, and maybe a little bit less flexible than it would be otherwise. Plus, we already have Tetzoricors out. The one thing I will say is that the Bactylus count does feel a little bit low, but maybe the Tetzoricor count is going to offset that. Now, this Droleth is going to get bopped before it can make the hatch. Another round of Droleth going to go ahead and saturate over at that third base, I think. When you see that Droleth in that spot, I think you expect 12 o'clock is already taken. So Shopdog should kind of know that. Tetzoricor is hatching, more Bactylusks hatching as well. Can only definitely thinking about the game in a similar way. And he's starting to stack up that gas. He can go for that tier 2 if he doesn't feel like attacking anytime soon. He's just kind of attempting to hold, although he has no advanced warning system if Shopdog is clearly heading towards that 12 o'clock position. And Cannoli will have no advanced warning. He's going to have to go respond to it as the attack comes in. No, actually, Dog is going to go to where Cannoli is. So that's going to have to be a pullback immediately. Will Cannoli be triggered to attack now? Will he be triggered to maybe try to defend the 12 o'clock? Dog has not yet decided where he wants to go. Ministry on location at the bottom left, as well as a treasury. So 6 o'clock, if you want to call it that. This is like 6.5, but I'm never going to say that in a cast, like in a serious moment. Interior 4 being taken as well. Going up to 5 bases, it will be some time before that really turns into anything. And the Bactylusks will deal with this anchor pretty easily. 1 Circuith. Beware. More units over here to slow down this attack and also scout it out. This army needs to cycle back. The Tetzoricors being focused down. One of them will pop. Not ideal exactly. Now the Savants deploy. This is when you really got to consider whether or not you want to try to make this attack happen. Cannoli has no more units in production, so this is his whole army, but he does end up crushing through. The Tetzoricor is providing so much value, perhaps as predicted previously, and what does Dog have behind this? He's making a lot of units, but is he going to be able to deal with what Cannoli has made? I think the answer is no. It only took 2 games for Cannoli to find a potential counter, and that's with obviously not exactly spending his money superbly. So it does look like Shopdog is in trouble. Maybe you need to send this replay to Zeke. Remember, every time the Tetzoricor gets attacked, as long there's like an internal cooldown for it, they do release that counter attack just upon being attacked. So it does make it really difficult. It's also a piercing strike that doesn't care about armor, unlike the Terran piercing. So it does deal damage in a line, and that means it's dealing... It's like a mini Lakers shot, honestly. It only goes for 3 range, but still pretty good. Now, those Talus could saturate bottom left. Looks like Dog will take care of that as he is adding more Fulcrum. I'm not really sure what Fulcrum unit he would want here. I guess Phalanx, probably, but it doesn't really feel like he can deal with what the enemy has. These Tetzoricors are mostly going to hatch. Fear not the flame. The stride of the Chad is here. There's Chadricor and Giga Chadricor, and that is what we have right before us now. GG is called. Cannoli takes the game, and Shopdog cannot afford to sit on his laurels and wait for his opponent to just keep making mistakes. All right, suddenly it's a very different series, much more competitive, not just a stomp. Very interesting, very interesting. We'll have to see how that one takes shape over time. Go ahead and get our prediction ready, though. Shopdog in the bottom right is our Vine Green Terran. Cannoli in the top left is our Pumpkin Zerg. And I think Hydrith openers versus this Bio opener, it seems to be that's how Cannoli wants to take it. I think there's legs for Pool. I don't think you have to skip Pool versus Bio. But I do like the way that Cannoli went it. There's so many optimizations, so many improvements you could make to how Cannoli took that. So I expect other players, if they are going to try to copycat this style and kind of ruminate on it a little bit more and optimize it, they will. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Takes a lot longer for the Terran Talos style to give the same level of income as the cannoli make 20 workers style. So gotta watch out for that. Fulcrum opener now for Shop Dog. He doesn't want to try bio anymore. That's interesting in and of itself. Let's see how the Fulcrum opener fares. Might be much better versus the later Hydrith timing. If he just built 200 Hurricanes, I think Dog would have won that. Yeah, honestly, you're probably right, Cannoli. Oh, wait, you're not Cannoli. Cannoli is going for node? What is he doing? Oh, pool now. What? I'm so confused. Yeah, you're right, Eggs. The fact that Dog switches to Fulcrum after Bio loses, it's a trend now. By now, it's definitely a trend. I hope you guys are enjoying some TVZ action. Dog losing a game to Cannoli was not on my bingo card, but it happened. Very interesting, very cool. If you guys want to keep seeing streams like this, go on, add infinitum into the future every weekday around 12 o'clock Eastern. Then consider donating, like Mirian did. Chad Mirian over here. Streamlabs.com/Pronago. Link in the description on YouTube. Link in the channel panel on Twitch. Appreciate all the support. Helps me do it more. And do it better. So we have a couple of mines being laid and a Circuit here that I think Dog just assumes units are coming out soon, but that Vulture could have just walked past the Circuit and maybe gotten a worker or two. I don't know if it would have been worth it exactly. He's going to be hunting around with a couple extra volts for a little bit. And he is making a fast Palladium. So that's kind of interesting. I kind of like the idea of going for a Phalanx rush into this. See if it ends up working out in his favor. Fast Vornath for Cannoli. I'm hoping to line up some Protoss replays soon. By the by. So maybe we can see some PVTs or PVZs or something. PvP would be pretty cool too, but I need a good quality taste. Double Phalanx coming for Mr. Dog as his vultures have arrived on the scene. Dug in with mines. Treasury on location. So it will still be a quarry follow-up. And a fast Calcure Lake. All right. Let's see if Cannoli can make the Lyralisk work versus the mech plays. Because that's a very different prospect than building him out versus Bio. I think Phalanx do very well against Lyralisk. As long as you can keep the Lyralisks away from the Phalanx themselves, of course. 4 pairs of Rillarocores. Cores. What is he planning on with those? 7 pairs. He's just saving his money and banking his, but still spending his larva. That's interesting. Sending the herd of Quaz. That could have been a Lyralisk in the future. Dog, you monster. Phalanx are taking their sweet time getting across the map, by the way. I think they were not actually ordered across the map. But Cyclops are being made now as well, so crowd control. Yes, ever since then, green eggs, man's smash bug. Simple as. Lyralisks revealed. What will Shop Dog do now? Ooh. I think this is a vanguard of mech units that Shop Dog has over here is definitely going to endanger the Lyralisks. So, Cannoli's setting up for the concave, which makes a lot of sense. Pre-positioning his army as best he can, stopping mines from being laid aggressively. Only the 2 Phalanx, and we got more coming, but you kind of only need the 2. The Lyralisks are a bit too squishy for more stuff here. More Lyras, more Quaz. Dog has the economic advantage right now. For how long? Not sure. Probably wants to wait for more phalanxes to make it across the map. But this is kind of what I was talking about. It does feel like Patadea's distance for moving a little bit harder to achieve, right? Oh, his Rilla cores are for anti-drop, I guess. I mean, as long as it's not interfering with something else, spending the larva on that might be fine. It's mostly phalanx production at this point for Dog, although he is running a bit dry on gas. Needs to saturate with those Talos. Creeping forward with his phalanx, and Cannoli can't quite pounce on them. Not yet, anyway. He's going to try it now. There are some mines over here. Make short work of those initial Lyrilisks. I feel like there are a lot more vultures than there were mine hits. So yeah, these mines are going to get a nice evaporation for the initial salvo, but then the phalanx just gets crushed. An overextension there for Shopdog. I feel like he'd have more military but less economy if he hadn't been going for the treasury behind this. So it might be just one of those things you got to dial in a little bit. Like, if you're going to go this treasury style, consider that you will likely be overextending with smaller armies. Still, we've got phalanx all over the place. Maybe he can take pages out of Newt's book. In the games that Newt played against Dog on Endpoint, he was setting up, like, anchors and stuff. Ultra was doing that, too, versus Sausage. It looked really good on a map on Demaloon. But he also was doing a 10-minute Daedalus rush, and then was like, but what do I make? Yeah. You got 2 stockades and a fulcrum, buddy. What do you make? Needless to say, it did not end well. Mines hit just in time. However, it's only the Vorbs that get caught by them, and not even all of them. Now it's a full surround. The Lyrilisks trying to run him down. Phalanx not focusing on that Lyra stack. There you go, regressing a bunch of them at once. We actually don't have so many Lyras left. Leftover mech should be able to stave this attack off. Only 1 Talos dying. Yeah, you can't quite finish the job over here without moving those phalanxes forward a little bit. You don't want to stack up the Talos either. Instead, the Masons are going to be the target, and yeah, now the Vultures are heckling them. Bottom left, also another spot for the Talos Treasury expand. We've got 4 Fulcrums. Lots of Vultures being made. Big bank for Dog. Gonna spend it down. Much bigger bank for Cannoli. Sorry, Dog. I didn't mean to ignore the fact that Cannoli had an absurd bank when I said big bank for you. But yeah, Cannoli could make tier 2 and still have gas left over. And his minerals are outrageous. So there you go. 6 pairs of Nathacores are on the way, and we do have the Calcure Lake up, so I do sense we're going to see some Calculisks. Jakulanski's back home, so it does seem like he can play some more. I would love to see more Zergs playing with Calcs. 12 o'clock is up and running for Cannoli, but it's pretty lightly saturated right now. Vultures can smack them. When you're having trouble keeping your money below 1,000, it's a little bit too relatable. There's the Calcs, 12 of them. Vultures are going to scout this out, and when you see that many cocoons, you're expecting it to be exactly that. Quickly focus down those circuits before they turn into anything. Playing some mines on the retreat makes sense. He can then cycle the Vultures back out. I do feel like Vultures were underrated for a long time at their ability to literally raid bases and just come in and smack them. Good scouting as well. Sees for the complexion of the army. He can go in for the natural now, and he'll also confirm Calculisks are here. It might not feel great to lose all of these Vultures, but committing them for the scout and committing them for some worker damage, probably pretty good. He'll even kill the circuit. That can just be remorphed, of course, but confirms Calc here. Maybe drain some of the Rilla Rocors. Set up for a better drop later on. Fine enough. Crucially, it locks up some of the Calculisks, and so now you can make Goliaths, you can make Cyclops to try to deal with them. Goliaths are a great choice versus Calculusks, in my opinion, especially if you have a good number of them. Only question is, how do you deal with them when they're coming in for an attack on your worker line? That's where they're most likely to be used. We don't see any watchdogs being made. And the tier 2 that Chopdog made is going to be used for 1 captaincy so far. I know he went behind earlier because of that attack onto his main base that is natural, that reset his phalanx count, among other things, but only now is he starting to scale up his production for tier 2. A lot of Vorvicors being made. Ooh, boy. His phalanx count is strong enough, though. I think he's okay. He needs something on the front line, and Guildhall... I noticed that Dog likes to make the Guildhall and the Tinkerer's Tower at the same time. I honestly think Tinkerer's Tower here would be superior. Make a bunch of Striga, hold back the hordes of Zerg long enough for your other units to deal with everything else. Just a thought. But he wants the Guildhall first. Autocrats do pretty well versus the enemy front line because they start turning it against your opponent, but... Fourth base coming up for Cannoli. Still no fourth in sight for Dog. Cannoli definitely playing a better game than the first two. Mech not quite working out just yet for Dog. Treasury having to be blown up there. And there's nothing to defend from one Zetracor. No! Well, you can distance mine from one of the bases, at least. Bitty be tall. Cannoli's done a very good job of heckling, but one vulture would clear all of that. No, Talos haven't had weapons in a while, since Aoud was rushing them and killing people with them. What up, Ramen? Welcome, welcome. Cancel the treasury in the bottom left. Colonizing top right. Still no tier 2. But Cannoli is making 24 pairs of Nath... Or no. Yeah, 24 pairs. That's 48 Naths. He's going to have so many Calculusks. A death stack of Calculusks versus one Madrigal. What's going on here? Oh. Really? What's he doing with them? Wow. Okay. Total transition away from mech. That is not what I expected. First dozen of the Calculusks are loose in the base. They clear some vultures and heckle the the Taluses. More Naths on the way from there. What will you do, Dog? Got Strigas. Did he use the... Oh, I see. He's making autocrats. I was going to say, did he even use the Guildhall? Worker count definitely in Cannoli's favor now. Way more money for him. It does feel like Dog hasn't responded super well to the harassment that has been sent his way. The little heckling that Cannoli has done in a few places. People advocating for Talos to carry a gun with them. I kind of like the idea of Talos deploying into a ground unit that can shoot. Very short range. This is a big Zerg army. A lot of calcs. A lot more coming. Still tier 1. All tier 1 right now, but the Apex units are out. Lyrilis, Calculisk. Strigas are going to discover some of the army. Autocrat with them as well. Big army over here, though. This is where the collapse happens. The Phalanx is not ready for this just yet. They're going to try to take care of the Lyrilisks, but honestly, I'm a little bit more worried about the Calcs. There's nothing for anti-air once the Strigas go down, and the Goliaths are not in a sufficient number to deal with that many Calculisks, dude. There's so many. His army's just getting annihilated, and look how many more Zerg there are! There's so many Zerg! Cannoli out of control right now! Wild scenes right now. 32 Lyrilisks about to pop. Canoli pushing in against the Fulcrums. They will buy a little bit of time, but there's... It looks pretty hopeless right about now, guys. I don't see a Tensender with Madcaps in it, so... I'm going to go ahead and say this one's over, too. GG. Shopdog playing a little bit too conservatively, perhaps, but Canoli... He's just using the OP unit. He used Lyrilisk. Now I maybe understand why Lyrilisk is touted by Dog as a counter. Canoli out of control-y. It's true. Okay, I think we have at least one more game between these two. Let's take a look. Yep, we do. We have one last game between the two. So let's check that out. After this game, I'll see if I can quickly cast one game featuring Protoss so that we hit all 3 races today. As a reminder, if you guys enjoy the casting, if you guys enjoy the streams, we are putting them public now on YouTube. I fixed that issue from last week. And yeah, we're going to be rocking out for the foreseeable future. All of August, earmarked for every weekday, has a stream like this, with the exception of Friday on the 15th and Friday on the 30th, because that is when... oh no, Friday the 29th, excuse me. That is when we have show matches, so I'll be doing those instead. But if you want to support the ongoing development of the game and ongoing casting of the game via these streams, streamlabs.com/pronago, your donations are appreciated. And they do allow me to get more done. We've got our first donation already today from Miriam, $3.33. Thank you very much, buddy. Every bit helps. Our goal is $50 a day, but as close as we can get to that goal is fine by me. Look at that. We even have Godwheat in the chat. How the hell are you, sir? Canoli versus Dog, 2 for 2. This best of 5 apparently needs game 5 to decide. Larvos going to pool for Canoli in the top left. He's our Pumpkin Zerg player. And Shopdog in the bottom right is our Royal Blue? No, just regular blue Terran. And he's going Bio, back to his roots. 2 out of 3 Bio games he won pretty handily. It didn't really look close. And then Canoli made Tetzoricors, and all of a sudden... I dig Ramen's Canoli out of control. I'm going to use that later. Hey, I'm minding my own business on a smoke break, and you're going to attack me? The nerve of some people, said that Mason, who's from an area vaguely reminiscent of Brooklyn, apparently. Just going to be Maverick Hurakan for the foreseeable future here as Dog scales up his economy a little bit. Worker by worker. Vornath already coming for Canoli, and it will be scouted by the Mason. Zethicors clear him out. Shopdog has been here before. He went for like a 4 Cyprian move out, and the Cyprians weren't with the initial fight. And that's actually what started off Game 3 so wrong for him. Treasury on location for the natural, and he will be moving out again before any Cyprians. Actually, it doesn't look like he's going to go for any Cyprians. 3rd Stockade instead. Some units catching this pair of Zeths out over here. Canoli doing well to confirm where the move out is. He's got some Quas in position. Gonna need more combat units, though. Watch that production tab. I'm noting only this Stockade is going to be able to make an add-on, so not really the end of the world. Obviously, it's probably intentional by Dog. About a dozen units, 2 more on the way. They might, wouldn't be surprised to see those guys stem across. Core restarting at the natural. So this is not an all-in push. This is an economic build still, but Dog wants to apply a little bit of pressure with regards to his Hurakans. Circuit will definitely help take them out, and it looks like Dog doesn't want to attack too early. He'll wait for his stims to come back to him. More Mavericks on the way. Is it a fast lake? Is that what Canoli's thinking? I mean, his APM has dropped to 0 again because he's waiting for money. So I think that's what he's thinking. Mirian, the portraits have them smoking. Of course they have it. Calcure Lake, on the way. Covenant, on the way. So our tech options are clear. And Dog has abandoned his attempt at attacking early on. And DF did such a good job updating the blue color, in my opinion. Looks so nice. Solstice with the treasury model. Come on. Once we get triple Savant, I think we're in a good spot for the move out, if that's what he wants. But Dog does like his more conservative style. Oh, I forgot to round up our Gamba, so feel free to bet now. Dog already thinking about how to keep making the treasury work. I hope the treasury can work overall, and I have faith in it. But I do think it does hamper the scaling quite a bit of Terran. So they'll play a bit more defensively when they're doing that, and that might be bad versus Zerg specifically. Palace moving to the 3 o'clock position. 3 o'clock lower, I guess. Lower 3. Can only making Vorvs, can only making Calculisks. He's already made some Lyrilisks. Strong army. I love that he's still making Rilla Rokors for some reason. I don't know why, but maybe he can right-click them onto a Zoryus later and just escort them to the enemy base. Here's something somebody should try for science. Rilla Rokors inside an Ovaleth with a Zoryus nearby. And then also Rilla Rokors inside an Ovaleth with a Zoryus in the Ovaleth. Not very practical, but it might be interesting if that works. Or, alternatively, Zoryus in an Ovaleth and Rilla Rokors right-clicked on the Ovaleth and the Ovaleth moving around. If that also worked. That could be pretty good. That could be very good. I don't know if it would work, but it would be funny. All right, Dog's going to get caught out of position here. Army movement from Cannoli just a little bit better. Want to save these Savants if you can, so catching a couple of them early on is very, very good. Cyprian's trying to blow open some of those Vorvs. Lyrilisks and Calculisks already sighted. Oh, that's critical. That's a loss of, what, 4 Vorvs? Or, I mean, 4 Lyrilisks from Cannoli there. Unfortunate. Definitely makes up for what Dog lost earlier, so I'd say Dog favored for now. Right about now, it does feel like the army is much weaker on Cannoli's side, and he hasn't really been able to saturate his natural. He's only now making some more Zets, which I think honestly have to be Vorvicors if he's going to do anything with them. And he's making 7 more on the front lines, but he's going to get attacked before that happens. I think Dog is in a position of power. Let's see if the Calculisks can help out. If Dog just fought, if he just attack moved here, it feels like he'd get a lot of value done, but he's not splitting his army, and he's being a little hesitant. Now we've got those Vorvs finished up. They can help out. Trying to stab up over here and take down the Calculisks. Many of them are regressing. Not so many of them at the end of the day. Only 1 left towards the bottom. Cycling back. Maverick stimming. Get that value. And now it looks like the army will be overwhelmed. This line formation that Cannoli managed to achieve, partially because of the way the Dog spread his army out, so good versus kinetic penetration. You're getting almost no value from the pens. A lot more Savants where that came from. They can deal with this army. So I don't think Dog is in any danger right now, but he also can't stop Cannoli from continuing his operation. I'd love to see the Savants a little bit further forward, considering 6 o'clock is vulnerable, and it's exactly where Cannoli is going. The Savants will be able to deal with that, but he's going to lose some Masons in the process. Has a good worker lead right now. All those Lyrilisks are going down. You thought I was leaving? I was simply finding a better angle. Ah, one more shot. All right, Cannoli's got a ridiculous amount of money again. No surprises there. Definitely needs to be building a little bit more. On the one hand, I can definitely imagine that Dog might feel a bit frustrated with the fact that he is clearly a more mechanically gifted player, mechanically better player than Cannoli. He's not floating nearly as much money. He's spending his money. He's making things happen. He's also making a ministry instead of a treasury at this place over here. That's interesting. And a bit of a faster tier 2, which makes sense in this context. Cannoli is finding the strategic counter. And Dog is sometimes maybe playing into it a little bit. Now, these Lyrilisks are going to hatch. Only one of them going down beforehand. Kind of spawn camp, though, and the Hurricanes make it hard. You got to get through them first. Here's all the Rillarocors. They will explode off the Kager, though, so that's a less scary army than it initially seems. Savant's trying to deal with these Lyrilisks all on their lonesome. The Hurricanes need to get in on the action. Ahmed's trapped behind so many Savants. Can't get to the front line. Orb walking, good, okay. Yeah, that will stop the Zerg from continuing to push, allowing the Savants to get out of dodge. No Vestry, so no healing. I guess he could add it on here. Yeah, there it is. Okay, Dog thinking about the healing. Newt really surprised me with the healing that he did on versus Zeke in those games. He meant Vestry every single game. Obviously, the third game was more about Wraiths and stuff, right? But still. Really cool to see Newt get activated. Godwheat, don't say that. What's wrong with you? I mean, I guess you're Terran now, so it's actually a little bit less bad than I thought. But still. Trying to get that penetration from those Savants right about now, and their mobility, so that they can keep the Lyrilisks off of them. The non-Lyrilisk units are not doing too hot right about now, just getting annihilated. And I feel like the Lyrilisks are not going to be along for this world either. Watch those Nathacors. They can disappear in a puff of smoke very soon. Savant's getting wounded over time. We are going to need to see a couple of healing units, surely. Double captaincy after the tier 2 is complete. Ministry floating over to the bottom left, and it looks like we might have a treasury towards not just the 3 o'clock as it currently stands, but lower 9 as well. So lots of map control right now for Shopkeeper Dog, but I'm not actually sure he has more income. I guess he does with this third base. Wrapping around here now in the middle of the map, Shopkeeper Dog trying to push forward with his Savants. And he will jump on that army. Reaction's not quite there for Cannoli to save most of it. Little group of units there. We do have 11 Calculisks, and they're already spreading out into a pseudo-concave. So the Savants are not going to be as useful versus them, but still pretty good overall. Maybe some Heracles on the front line might survive a bit longer versus the Lyrilisk, if given the opportunity. Obviously a little bit easier to grab than the Tinker's Tower requiring Strigas. Plus they slow units when they hit, so might be helpful for keeping the front line off of the back line. A bit more of a niche application. Fourth base being taken on the top right now for Cannoli. Check saturation here. We've got a little bit of Vespian harvesting, but not much else in the bottom left. Good Talus saturation over here, just arriving. So big spike in income for Dog, as he's getting a lot of clerics added to the mix. That's definitely going to help him out, I think. More bodies for the bounces that aren't going to be shooting back, and healing a lot of that bounce damage. So it should be really, really good, but we'll see if it's enough in action. Hurakan's pushing forward as well. Slightly off-center means that the units have to take a bit of time to move over, but that's all right. We have Autocrats, we have Olympians. Those are going to take ages to kill, especially if clerics are healing them. Oh, good God. What a ridiculous amount of units you would need to break it. And this is a good spot for Dog to start wedging himself in, especially on top of some of these Lyrilisks. that aren't even quite done yet. Now we're trying to see that concave setup. Cannoli trying to do a pseudo surround. His Nathricors are just going to get shellacked. Don't even think about those. Those are not a factor in this fight. The Calculisks, though, in the numbers that they're in, slowly but surely being overwhelmed. They can't break through the Savants. The Cleric's way too powerful. Dog just needs to sit his army for a moment so that they actually heal. And then I think he'll be ready for another push soon. We have more Calculisks where that came from, but some of them did go down. The Lyrilusk army, the Lyrilusk count, very heavily mediated now. And no fourth base actually mining here yet for Cannoli. It's in the top right, but it's not active. Pretend it's 3 base versus 4, maybe 5, as we have saturation somewhat achieved over here with Talos. Yeah, it's 6 base right now for Dog. 7 base? Ridiculous. He's going to come in here with his Savants. But this is a great concave with Cannoli stacking up a lot of splash damage with those Calculisks and not much splash that can be answered back. The Huracan's not in time with the army. It's going to be a full wipe. Dog has so much money now, but he can't possibly spend it in time. Invested so much into the economy, into the infrastructure, but nothing into the army. All his Striga, all his tier 2, all the way back there. I think I saw, what, a couple Olympians, if that, with the rest of the army. And everything else was all the way back here. We're not making very many Savants. 7 of them are about to pop out, but we don't have a lot in the chamber, so to speak. And the Calculisks are now going to go hunting. These naked bases have almost nothing defending them. This will pull the army off to one side. Rally Point should be able to hold off the Lyrilusks, but still, this is costly. Taluses are just going to get erased over here with this many Calcs. They leave the treasury at least. That's nice of them. Definitely feels like one big issue is that the naked bases that Cannoli has are not being targeted by small groups of units. Dog is just kind of moving as one mass across the map. So the harassment angle is definitely in favor of Cannoli. These eggs are going to slow him down in the middle of the map, but most of them will end up coming to fruition. Actually ends up canceling them. Dog is ascending towards 200 workers, but what is he spending his money on is the question. Heracles coming. He's got the autocrats. I really don't like this angle of attack versus the Calculisks in particular. I think he would have needed madrigals or something. Maybe the penetration shots can work. Maybe he's going to be able to focus him down, but right now he's not even targeting the main DPS from the enemy. Still, a lot of those Calcs have fallen. Cycling back. Striga's ready to go, but they're still in the back line along with some Huracans. Doesn't feel like that's the right move. Sometimes the Sirens are pulling the units forward, but it doesn't really matter. More units coming. He's got Shamans that he can deploy to try to keep his army healthy. This is still a fighting force, but there's still 23 Calcs. He's trying to attrition with those autocrats. They do deal a little bit of penetrating damage, not as much as the Savants. And his melee is not actually engaging. Finally, they'll sick onto him, and you can see what a difference it makes. But by that point, Cannoli might have overextended. And again, just in true Cannoli fashion, has almost no units being made at the time. And he'll have to go ahead and try to make those Lyrilusks in time to remax. But the biggest thing is that the DPS is mostly coming from the Calcs on the front line. And now that you've got more armored units, 3 armor Heracles, 3 armor Striga, with the Clerics boosting their armor even further to 4 temporarily. It's going to be really hard for Lyrilusks and Calculisks to do the job. Let's see, the Shamans are already deployed. The healing is going to be off the charts in this particular pocket here. Are those Calculisks going to be endangered? He's already lost about 5 of them. Heracles blowing up, but still doing some splash damage, making it a bit easier. Madcap's fully charged right now. I feel like if the Savants were deployed instead of their splash mode, they'd probably be wrecking face right about now. But even still, the Calculus count is dropping. There's just not enough to overwhelm the position here. We don't have very many reinforcements actually moving up for Dog, but Cannoli only has 16 pairs of Naths. He's got to turn them into Calcs. He has the money to, but this is ridiculous. Dog has got a very inefficient composition to actually fight this, and it's still working out for him. Just because of the sheer scale of his operation. He hasn't reached 200 workers. You may surrender. The Calculists, honestly, they could actually go for a counter push, but then the ground army would just annihilate what Canoli has. And in theory, he'd be able to assemble some kind of response force. It's just he doesn't have any fulcrums with the Palladium, so he can't make madrigals. He doesn't have any star pads to make a ridiculous number of Valks. And I don't know that that would work out super well anyway. So there is that as well. All right. The Lyrilisks are loose. The Calculists are all that remain. Splash damage not exactly working wonders just yet. Yeah, there we go. Now we're starting to hit. And, of course, the Autocrat's turning them over. And the ground force is just impenetrable. Shaman Cleric healing them forever. And that is it. GG is called, and Dog will take the 5th game. That little best of 3, or best of 5, rather. Not what I expected. I thought it would just be a 5-game set, and it's just Dog winning 5 times. But actually, Canoli did do a very nice job there. Okay, lads, we managed to make it through our first 2.5 hours of the stream, doing plenty of casting. Let's see. I don't see too many new replay submissions, so I think we might actually be in a spot. Yeah, we've actually cleared all of the replays that were uploaded recently, I believe. There was one that was PVT from Doglive. So I guess I'll cast that real quick to get our Protoss in, and then we will be moving on to another round of development. So thank you for joining me for that, guys. This one is of personal interest to me, as it is going to be on Watchpoint. This is a map that I've wanted to see in action for a little bit. This is a matchup that's a little bit stilted in terms of the players, because we have Vilius, who is a newer player, taking on Doglived, who's been around for a while and is a Brood War aficionado. This will be a PVT, as mentioned. So we'll take a look at this game and see. We go from Shopkeeper Dog to Doglive. All right, on Watchpoint, port of map, or a match point, rather. Doglived is in the bottom left as our Japanese Violet. Oh, wait, no, it's Dark Lavender. How silly of me. He's always Dark Lavender. Dark Lavender Protoss. In the top right, we have Red, Terran, Vilius. Let's see who ends up winning this one. Doglived usually likes his very aggressive Protoss strategies. And Vilius is like, oh, long rush distance. I have a chance. This map is pretty prone to acts of violence, I feel like. Veek7 commenting that he's opened the gates of chaos for Three Crows UMS, so looking forward to that for sure. Gateway on the way here for Dog. Vilius going Bio. Interesting choice. I would like to see games between some of our top players on this map. We've seen it show up a few times in like the show matches. We saw Ziki versus Shopkeeper Dog on this map. I also saw Ultra versus Shop Dog on this map. That was TVP. Shop Dog playing Protoss. That was kind of interesting. It'll be a Gateway Lattice, but it is Bio, so I think the Gateway Lattice is a little bit different. Like, you could still do it, but it just means different things for what your opener is. And as a reminder, this will be our final game of the casting. We will still be hanging around on stream for another few hours to get some work done on all manner of things. But I highly recommend checking out the link I'm posting in the chats. If you want to support the stream, streamlabs.com/pronago. It is appreciated. Plus, you get to play funny noises. Who doesn't like funny noises? Gateway Lattice, second gate. Again, I told you guys, Doglive does not like to expand unless his opponent has actually held his his opening move. So not exactly an all-in player, just a very aggressive one. Godweed saying I didn't cast any of the replays you uploaded. I did cast the 2v2 though. And your replays are queued up. You've got some games against Grass Eater. You've got some games against Smarty Cakes, or a game against Smarty Cakes, actually. Oh, and I still have to cast Top Ramen versus Newt, dude. Those games must be so cool. Top Ramen playing Zerg. Hello. So, I've got my load out for tomorrow. That's for sure. Fast Golem is very interesting. I guess versus Mech, it might be a little bit harder to make something like that work. Versus Bio, it might be better. But, you know, if you make Harakans, Vilius should be in a pretty safe spot. I also will applaud Vilius. He did not just... He didn't just go for, like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna... Oops, I didn't mean to post that again. I'm just chilling to the max, guys. Sorry. But, yeah, I think overall, you know, he's not going treasury spam. I have to give him a round of applause, dude. What a guy. I'll put the Gamba up for you guys to start voting if you want to. Mass Cyprian is really cool versus Protoss, in my opinion. And look at this. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Doglift isn't attacking with his moves. He's actually making an expansion. Wild. Wild scenes. I can't believe it. It's Zealot Ecclesiast Golem, and they are leaving the building now. It's actually not so many Zealots. It's mostly Golem Ecclesiast, which is hilarious. Suffice to say, the Mavericks will have a very hard time actually punching through that. No Harakans here to rend the armor. Cyprian's getting jumped on, but they pack a punch. You got to respect that. Most of the Golem's already gone. And the Ecclesiast will not hold up versus the Cyprians there. No focus onto the Golem there. Okay, now it's gone. And yeah, this is a point where the Cyprians are going to be able to do a lot of damage, especially with some of the reinforcing units coming in. Ecclesiasts don't do a lot of DPS. They're more about the support. So that is a nice, well-handled push from Vilius. I think there's enough units, although none of them are coming out very soon, but I think there's enough units here that, yeah, not so many bio units still left to go over here. Vilius going to go ahead and expand. He's got floating a bit of money. He's actually going to pick the Simulacrum, which is more than I thought he would do, but there's no way you can beat the Golem with this low number of units, so... Rough times for our bio hero. But we're seeing a blueprint. We're seeing Mass Cyprian. Hunted down to the last. He actually made a ministry pretty fast, and he floats it over to 12 o'clock. Good luck pathing over to there with more units, but that's all right. This is before the change that converted this mineral field into a vestry. So a little bit easier for you to not accidentally mine this out with wandering workers. Mass Stockade. Matrix Embassy for Doglived. Adding a lot of static defense over here. It's a curious practice. Second anchor as well. This is a funny wall. Well, I'm not really sure what to make of that one, but at the very least, we do have our naturals set up for both players, although Doglived is way ahead economically. Vilius has similar worker count, but it looks like they're all stuck over here. He's been good about building his workers, that's for sure, but he needs to transfer. Once you hit 14 workers here, you're free to transfer excess ones over to this location. And you can oversaturate after that, but you want to be making sure you're getting the best efficiency you can out of your workers. Sedent on the way here for the natural. Maybe it'll also come for the main base soon. Instead, Doglived wants to take a third. Wow, I've never seen Doglived take so many bases. Assuming that is indeed what he is doing. 9 o'clock will be his, allegedly. Slowly building up the gas count. Sedent in the main base. Nearly taken. A star pad on the way for Vilius as he masses up more bio units. Keeps his money low. He has enough gas for Atlas, so if his minerals were a little bit better saturated from his main base to his natural, that worker transfer we talked about, that could end up working out pretty well. The scribe is actually going to scout 12 o'clock. That's impressive. Cestus for defense will make attacking and busting pretty difficult. And we do have a Vestry add-on for one of the stockades. Double Stargate started inside the main base here for Doglived, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Exemplar or Gladius. Probably Exemplar because Gladius are a little bit too frail to go up against like Mass Cyprian or something like that. And there's the Atlas. A little bit later than it could have been, but nice to see it nonetheless. Vilius making good time overall, adding an Anseal. Clerics. Clerics have started to see a bit of a resurgence in our Terran games, haven't they? Coming in from Shopkeeper Dog to help him finish off Cannoli in that last game. Newt making them every single game versus Ziki. Now Vilius also doing it. What is that probe? Yeah. I don't know what the context is. Got some of these structures in the middle that can be blown open to make the middle a little bit easier to fight in, but currently not quite a focus. Going to be scouting for extra bases himself now, Vilius, but I'd still rate his mineral economy is a little bit better than Doglived, but his gas economy is definitely behind the 8-ball. Exemplars, indeed, are going to come out of those Stargates, as predicted. Witness with the army sort of in the spoke towards the 3 o'clock spot, and Masons were just arriving with the intention of colonizing it, so that could be a little bit of a problem. Tier 2 now complete for Vilius. He's going to add more stockades. What does he want to make out of his Tier 2 is my question. Witness spots the treasury. This will be an ugly cancel here. And I don't actually know. I guess Vilius' Maverick count is high enough he can deal with this, but there's the cancel very quickly. 3 Masons hit the deck. Does the bio respond immediately? Doglived is just going to leave, so... It's like the two players decided to... I mean, I know Vilius did try to attack Doglived, and somewhat successfully, although he did overextend after that. One of the things that I was thinking is, it feels like Vilius is trying to do his own thing, trying to make sure he's spending his money. He has 2k minerals, 1k gas, so could be doing better about that. And was even trying to expand at a reasonable time for a 4th base. Doglived has been oddly pacifistic. He hasn't really been aggressive to his usual self. Now he's going to see if he can get a little bit of value. Witness sniped, thanks to the Atlas's detection field. But another one finds 12 o'clock, and this is not going to last. The risk of taking those satellite bases. Over a very long period of time, it built up a thriving economy. But there's no military here. Goodbye, 12 o'clock. We hardly knew you. Meanwhile, Dogliv's 3rd base thrumming, 4th base on the way. Not a single Mason lived to tell the tale, but at least the Ministry is alive, and so too is this sieve. Or as Arbuz once said, and I did see Arbuz in the chat. Hello, Arbuz. Terran Steve. Oh, Ultra played Kasuga. I should cast those games soon. Not today, but maybe after the Godwheat ones. Tomorrow. Captaincy's on the way. Guildhall on the way. Olympians on the way for Vilius. Maybe they can bail him out of a tough situation, but he is going to need to take more bases. I think he needs to take one more base no matter what, because he needs to get back up to 3 base. But he also needs to manage the growth of Doglived and shut down this 4th base before it can really start evolving. The Greek Steve. Goddamn. Not charging forward with the Mavericks. Can be pretty good, but he's not really focusing down damage, so the idol, or the golem rather, takes a while to get cleared. Hey, look, an autocord has arrived. I wasn't expecting to see the autocord so soon, but here it is. What's he going to do with it? Oh, he's going to go there. I thought he'd start warping in some static defense or whatever. Engaging with the Ecclesias proc. It's only Mavericks. Where are the Olympians? They're not here on the front lines, that's for sure. So these guys are going to get absolutely shellacked. There is an anchor with 2 Cyprians, but it is not landing. Vilius, too busy trying to send his units up to try to defend this 3 o'clock position. His Mason's charging for the anchor, but it's too late. They don't get a single kill. Treasury slap down. The Olympians arrive. Now with the Olympians here, maybe it's a bit of a different story. The Treasury does get focused down despite the Mason repair. If those Olympians had been there from the word go, this would have been a very different tale indeed. Yes, Eggs, a lot of the time the Mavericks were stimmed. I'm sure there was some time where they weren't. But Golem DPS, pretty good. Ecclesias helping him out as well. And yeah, the buildable terrain is marked by this little slice here. So I thought maybe this is where Doglived would build this, but he said in the chat there was no buildable terrain there. Yeah, it's all the way back in this location. Could be a cute spot to make, like, I don't know, lattices, make some golems on the front line. The Exemplars haven't actually shown themselves yet, and the Olympians have okay range, but the Exemplars do outrange them, and they fly. So it does feel like it's hard for the Olympians to really just jump right on them. Argosy starting in the top left as well as a prostration stage making pariahs, and now here come the Exemplars. Oh man, so many more came out of the Stargates in the interim, and those Olympians, they rose from the muck, but they're going right back in them. 10 Exemplar. Good luck. No Watchdogs. No real good anti-air. Cestus rotating over to try to add armor. A respectable choice. The Olympians are going to try their best with that extra armor. Mason's trying to repair the Treasury. All the Exemplar DPS dedicated to that. It kills them before the quarry can come up. And sure, we've got some autocrats here, but can we mount a defense against the air? Very slowly, the ground army from Doglived is going down, but the Exemplars are so at large. Not a single one has been even threatened yet. Only now are we starting to see one of them pop, courtesy of those Olympians in the back. More reinforcements coming in. Olympians just punching Protoss into the reclamation field. That's a cinematic moment. Assylians trying to keep their bounces going. That Cestus not long for this world, but it added so much value. And eventually, Vilius' army will fall. He spent down most of his bank. Only the gas bank really left over at this point. And the Exemplars just continue to be at large. Only 2 Exemplars went down that whole fight. That is kind of wild. A couple reclaimed Protoss units serving against their former masters. Artisan could just go ahead and kill the Mavericks, honestly, at this point. Reinforcements coming out. Doglived has a ridiculous amount of money. Just go ahead and drop me about 20 gateways, sir. You'll still have minerals left over. Oh, Veek played.
3 crows, 1 cauldron. Epic is in the making. Secret ingredient, mystery meat. Not this time, I think. Brace yourself and await the crow's call.
Eh? The Autocourt made a pylon. The Autocourt did not need to make a pylon. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Thank you, Veek, for the donation. We are 1 step closer to our donation goal. IDK, he said, yeah, he made a pylon first. He didn't need to do that. Silly. It's a very cryptic message. It's because 3Crow has access to more modding tools now, basically. Eh? Eh? Added flavor, yeah. Oh, he just told them how to use it. Vilius, you shouldn't have. Dogliv didn't even know. I'm glad they're discovering new information about Cosmonarchy together. I think there's way too many exemplars, boys. Vilius is trying his best. Solarians are on the way. We got Pariahs and Panoptises coming. The army is just too small. Not enough minerals. Couldn't make more Olympians. Autocrats trying their best, but it's not going to be enough. He's reclaimed a couple of the ground army units, but is it any surprise? You've wiped the ground army, but the air fleet remains. These Masons were already on standby trying to repair, so that's really funny to me. Oh, more autocrats. That might help. No, they're just getting killed before they can even do anything. I think they tried to enter the anchor, but there were two Cyprians already hogging the space. Like, nah, we ain't coming out. Bring me to him. Oh, never mind. If you lift it off, they can't shoot it. Oh, it's already burning. Dogliv's spending down some of his money. Panoptis has arrived to finish it off. Exemplars cannot attack air. Indeed, Vilius didn't know that. Oh my god.
If you stream my replays, just know, the ZVZ1s versus Cannoli are more exciting, because Terran too easy to win.
Well, you just found out that Godwheat apparently has more interesting ZVZ replays, as Doglived crushed Vilius' spirit in that game, and they said they would play one more, which apparently wasn't as interesting. I'm guessing it was just a rush. Doglived will take it. I am not exactly surprised, but I will say, Vilius did look much improved already, so hats off. 333 is roughly 12 Zwadi. Okay, good to know. Good to know, Feek. Thank you, thank you. Wild. Well, Godweed is looking for gamers to fight him. And so I do think that some gamers should fight him. Shambler was looking for him, and apparently he's gone now. I can't believe it. We need more Godweed versus anybody. TVP or something like that. That would be cool. But, yeah. Oh, shit. Well, you wrote it, by the way. So you took it for me. You said it for me. Yeah. If there wasn't an extra, I would have been like, oh, okay, I got to add to that, but I didn't. Lads, it has been an excellent morning, afternoon, whatever you want to call it, of Cosmonarchy casts. I guess evening for our European players. Shout out to them. We have made a pretty good way through our goal here. We've almost got to $10, so I appreciate all of that. We'll see if we can keep pushing it for the future or during the development session. But up first, I'm going to take a look at a merge request Vika sent through, as well as a couple of other odds and ends programming-wise. I'll try to finish up a couple of small tasks I was doing this morning before I started the stream. And then we'll be working on the Ogun, and after that, we'll be working on the Agroleth, and if there's time after that, we'll also work on the Mount Kothrakor as expected. So, with all that said, I will see you guys probably in about 6 minutes. That's what I'll set the countdown timer to. Be back soon. And thanks, Godwheat, for the dono. What is up, lads and lasses? We are getting back into the stream this time around, of course, going to end up working on some development. So I'm going to go ahead and update our stream titles to reflect that, get us into that position, and see what we can do there. They changed the UI on... They changed the UI on me on YouTube, so I think overall it looks better, but it's taking a moment to get used to. Today, our overall looks, our targets, our focus is going to be a lot related to the advanced constructors. I've mostly implemented the Ogun already, and I know that I'm also going to be working on the, what do you call it? Agrolith today. So that means that we will finally be able to make the long-vaunted changes to the Gosvalith that were talked about for a while, where they no longer will be making the structures and then spawning out of them. That'll be the Agrolith's duty. The Gosvalith will instead mutate to it's sort of like how the Oxal Cesian, the Oxal larva, skips the base strain. That will be how the Gosvalith approaches construction. I thought about making them just combat units instead, or not combat units, workers, harvesters, instead of constructors, but I think having them do different construction methods is pretty interesting. The Agrolith comes from larva is the current plan, so we'll take a look at that as well, and it should be a tier 1 option as opposed to Gosvalith being tier 2. So that's how we're going to be shaking things up for Zerg, but we get to that after the Ogun, and we get to the Ogun after doing some consolidation, some merging, some creation of merge requests ourselves. So I think maybe the first half hour of the stream is going to be some programming related stuff that is unrelated to any specific thing. Just organizing my code again, getting it up there for Veek to look at and review, and getting his changes ready to ship for pre-release so that 3Crow can have access to the new Krigs. And then, well, anybody else can too, but 3Crow is the one who's bountying them and focusing on them. So there's that. But then there's also going to be a lot of work on the Ogun, like I mentioned. Actually, probably not that much work left to do. I'll quickly also test that the Cannibal works and implement its passive. I did implement its passive, but making sure that it works, because the Cannibal's an upstart Cyprian replacement. I think it should be a pretty cool new unit, pretty cool option there. So that is it. That is it. Welcome back, Miriam. I also returned. All right, I think we are ready to go ahead and show the desktop, but not my face. Oh, no. Usually this happens because I have two separate webcams. Webcam sources. I would need two separate webcams so that I could actually cleanly transfer over there. So sorry about that. Forgot about that little quirk from OBS where if it's loading my camera from a square version compared to the circle version on the source in OBS. Anyway, it does that weird. Holy shit. Perfect timing.
That's 3 threes.
That is 3 threes. Thank you, Sir Jujic, for the $9 donation. That means that we've gotten 4 separate donations today. Very epic. We had, shit, I'm actually blank. Oh, Miriam donated 333. Then Veek donated 333. And then Godwheat donated 3. And now Jujic donated 9. So appreciate all you guys for donating. Very epic. Very epic. It is kind of funny in theory, eggs, but let's just say the upstarts are a bit more feral. They're a little bit more hungry, starved for freedom. Okay, so let's take a look at our current changes. So I've been slowly stepping through and adding in the changes that we need for our latest updates and stuff to the game. These are just going to be some sound effects that we grabbed for various weapons. This is a sprite ID case for the new radiation field for the Morningstar, since it was updated to be a bit more transparent. And wouldn't you know it, we had more nukes go off like soon after that, so that ended up being on display. Let's scroll down here to find our... do these two because the bulwark was just reordered. Nothing too big there. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Don't think there's any weapon ID changes we need to sync with this I did a bunch of weapon ID changes because recently I went through each weapon ID and replaced all of the unused ones that I could with like weapons that were already planned to be added, like the Escozi weapons you can see are now in the list here. Some factional stuff as well. So that'll be interesting. This is related to the Ogun. Cannibal. Large overlays. I don't even remember when I made that change. That was a while ago. Okay. The delayed rally is really dumb. I don't know why the game, for initting the power field for the autocort, it like interrupts the rally order, so I have to delay issuing the rally order for side providers. But obviously right now it only applies to the autocort. It's kind of a miracle we can have side providers on units in the first place, honestly. I was not sure how that would work out. And I'm glad that Doglived made it versus Vilius and it didn't like desync the game or something. That's pretty awesome, so I'll be happy about that. It's just a general tidy, no real changes there. This fixes a crash that Sausage and Hit 'em Up had recently, so that's good. Shout out to DF for helping investigate with that. This looks like it's just a tidy. Yeah. Cannibal hooks. Let's see. Cannibal changes, rather. Delayed rally. No, it still does all of the normal rally stuff. It's just it doesn't move. It doesn't proceed with the move order until 4 frames after it normally would. All other units do it a little bit faster, basically. That's all. That's the only difference. No, it wasn't intentionally changed to green eggs, although I do feel like it could be bigger. So I might end up doing that at some point. But honestly, I feel like missile explosions being more numerous and less destructive would be fine. Or as destructive as they are, but being more numerous, that would be fine for me. Missile explosions being more destructive than they are, I think is kind of not as healthy or not as interesting, not as fun. So this looks like more tidy. As far as what I'm actually looking for, Myriad, since you were asking, basically I'm right now I am processing the change to add the Zorkish Shroud and the Ulgorg Cavern. So a lot of these changes are irrelevant to that. I'm going to commit those changes and then cherry pick them into a repo that are branch for this repo, and then get those that specific code handled and edited. So this stuff is related to the quarry changes and add-on changes and stuff. We're not going to sync those. We're just looking for the Zerg changes. It'll probably be part of the same branch, the add-on changes, but I want them to be separate commits so that it's easy to look through the code. There's a bug that was making... I don't think I fixed it, Jujik. There is that bug. I don't think I was able to fix it. Maybe I did and it was a while ago, but if that's the case, yeah, that was like a year ago or something, or earlier this year. Super earlier. All right, we've arrived at the Zerg section. This is... Go ahead and tick these in. This is going to be related to the cavern, but also like the extra strain units. Oh yeah, and all of this stuff as well. So this is just going to be the Zerg requirement changes. There's probably a better GUI than GitHub desktop for this, but I am not familiar with any others. Cannibal implementation, we'll save that for later at a separate branch. Yeah. And then pretty soon we're going to be hitting the... do we not have any button set changes? I guess it's like... I skipped over it, perhaps. Scroll past all this. This is Terran. This is Protoss. Okay, we're back at Zerg. Scroll back up, make sure we don't miss anything. Yeah, Protoss changes are pretty minimal. It's just the autocort being added, really. Yeah, Heroes of the Storm still exists, which surprised me. I found that out like a year ago. Okay, that's done. This is Cannibal. Oh, this is like weird bug fixes for Plague and stuff. I guess I'll save that obviously for later. I don't think anything in weapon damage is going to be relevant to our Zerg reworks. I mean, I guess I could include the Vithrilisk changes here, but I'm kind of like separating the balance or the individual unit changes with from the requirement changes. Oh yeah, I didn't actually finish doing the Valkyrie change. I got to do that. Okay. Any unit constants related to Zerg? No? Okay. Go back up to button sets. Did I just like skip all of this stuff? I see game hooks. Stats panel display was the new hook. Okay, yeah, I think I just skipped over this by mistake. So what is this? This is... Oh yeah, this is like a tidy for that. We'll do that later. I tidied up a little bit of the code related to some of the Zerg stuff, and obviously implemented the new button set rules for them, showing what they got. Oh, this isn't it. Okay, yeah, that's right. Do we have any Zerg button set changes? Oh, that's just related to the icon IDs. We'll save that for later. Okay, so this is going to be... Go ahead and confirm that. Once that is done, we will now sift through what we got next. So this is related to the Terran add-ons, so we can enable that. This is just weapon ID stuff. We added spacing for organization. What is this part? Get weapon hit sound? Yeah, we don't need to add that right now. Skip icon ID. Image ID, sound ID, spread ID. I don't think any new units were added for that, but we can add this because that's related to the submenu stuff. Okay. And weapon ID is all... Yeah, weapon ID is separate. We'll have a general tidy commit that we just push to release direct or master directly. I don't think we need to worry about that. It's a bunch of code that's not necessarily invoked. This is related to some technical stuff that will help Veek, hopefully. Take this. Siege mode is related to Ogun. Oh yeah, let me put some music on for myself. I am impressed with how bungled that Stormgate ended up being. Definitely wasn't expecting it to be quite like that. I kind of thought that they would succeed financially, but fail in a different way, you know? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too, Lucy, but it's not so. All right, button sets are a big one for this one. We tidied this area a lot, so we'll sync that in with this one because it's related to the button set changes. I think the only button set changes that won't be synced up with this are going to be related to like passive changes or whatever, but also the autocort. I think up until that, everything should be fine. Lard are frauds, but not us. Auto frauds. GG's Green Eggs. Maybe we'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by and watching the casts and giving your input. Always good to see you in the chat. Oh. There you go. Well, this won't compile then. Well, that's kind of bad. I should have synced this a little bit earlier, I guess. Adding the unit ID entry is not going to be the end of the world, so I'm not really that worried about it. Autocort will save. I don't think there's any passive changes related to what we did here, and no button set changes related to that. Okay, so we're good there. We're going to scroll back up to unit ID, because we need to now define the Ogun, otherwise it won't work properly. So we'll define both Ogun IDs as part of the Terran paradigm change. Let's see here. Ogun. We're not going to define anything else about the Ogun. The Ogun is not going to be implemented for any other reason in this particular commit. Yep. Yeah, the recording, those are going to be published in the channel, so you can find those YouTube recordings there. I should have VODs enabled on Twitch as well. I'm pretty sure it's saved there as well. So however you like to watch your VODs. Toss a comment there or what have you. I'll see it. Thanks for stopping by, Miriam, and thank you for the donation earlier. I'm just going to double check that there's nothing different about these. Oh yeah, so this is the new radiation field, so it's a good thing that I checked that, but that's about it. It's just a tidy, crash fix. Any game hook stuff related to? Doesn't look like. Alright. Yep, we edited button sets already. Stats panel display is that hook for the carrier, the Solarian thing, the hanger icon being busted. It's tidy. Oh, this is just a tidy as well. I should have synced that with the other Zerg stuff, but that's fine. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Delayed rally stuff and a tidy associated. This fixes a debug message being printed. Yeah. And you never know. You never know how my mind might change on stuff like that. But I do like the idea that in a vastly different cosmos. Ori. All that. Might have been faster here to tick everything and then untick the Protoss stuff, but whatever. Oh, I think I may have accidentally ticked Cannibal. Let me scroll back up. Maybe? I don't see Cannibal in here, actually. Maybe not. Maybe I didn't add it to the AI handling. That's a possibility. All right, we'll save the Cyprian change for later because that's related to the Cannibal add-on. There's definitely some surprises from the new changes to the game with the paradigms and stuff. It's been really interesting to watch them unfold. Some stuff has been not so intended and maybe a bit surprising in that way, in a way that you could argue is negative. Certainly interesting and thought-provoking. Other stuff has been a little bit more like, oh yeah, that's kind of what I expected and hoped for, you know what I mean? So it's kind of neat. Cannibal. Let's see. Bunch of unit changes here and weapon damage. Okay. And fire. Oh yeah, this is a crash fix. This is a bug fix for Asilience. What did we say with the last one? Okay. Done with that. We didn't have a paradigm for Protoss in the same way. It was just adjustments. Let's go ahead and start our balance adjustments then. Yeah, all of API can go. Change the icon ID here as well. That's fine. You can add those image IDs. Spread IDs. We'll take off the autocord. That's fine. I think we can just change all the weapon IDs here. That's probably fine. We're not adding the autocort with this change. We are instead... Yeah, no advanced constructor work in this change. We're just syncing some code cleanup, but not quite tidy. Just related code cleanup. And the balance adjustments where we changed a bunch of units. That's related to the bug fix, so we'll save that for later. This is Cannibal. Anything else behind this? No, it's just weapon name. Rally, Cannibal Healing, yeah, we can skip all that. This is the... Yeah, we can actually save all of this. Fix there. Sovrolith change, sure. We'll save this tidy as well. No autocort just yet. Cannibals later. Oh yeah, and this is the balance adjustments, so we're going to go ahead and Adjust our button set changes. Make sure we didn't add anything we didn't mean to. Yep, that looks good. Don't care about that right now. Don't care about that right now. That's tidy. This is also tidy. This is tidy. This is Ogun. This is Rally for Autocourt. Bug fix for a message that kept printing. Oh. Alright, we didn't add that stuff. Never mind. Yeah. The Sycophant change is big. Archon changes in there as well. Sure. We adjusted the time that those were being made. Yeah, it's fine. That's Autocourt and Cannibal. Alright. I think we're just syncing all of the changes here. I'll take a quick look. Yeah. 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 Okay. That should be good. Patch fix, Valkyrie change. I think this. Cilliant change. And I think we do all of this as well. We're going to undo that, though. Okay, so the one thing that we do want to adjust here, or an additional thing that we want to say, is that weapon is armor tooltip. Change this up a little bit. All right. That way the tooltip will display the actual intended range. What's up, Shambler? The Autocourt is mobile power field, and it warps structures like a scribe. So yeah, it's gonna get I'm gonna add a cool weapon for it that's just a little bit different. It's not gonna be too powerful as a combat unit, but it might like fend off Zethrakors or something, or be able to maybe help like against Nathrakors or some other like air stack or whatever. A little bit of like splash damage or maybe multi-target or something like that. But it's kind of low priority, so I'm not doing it yet. So we just changed weapon armor tooltip. If we go to that file here somewhere, we're going to go ahead and add this, and we're going to say balance, adjust several units, including roll tweaks. Should give it cloak. I guess I could imagine a super endgame version of it that has that or something, like a Vibrance that has it. I don't know. Vibrance-esque is what I think about that as. Sneak into the main and start warping. When it warps, it decloaks, though, right? That's what I would say. All right, let's do some quality of life-related stuff here. We're going to say that... Let's see. All right, so this is the binding plasma stuff that we need to add for sure. Is that it's related to a lot of that. This is some bug fix stuff. Yeah, we're going to add this stuff. All tidies. Maybe I should do the code tidies first just to get those out of the way because I keep clicking on them. And then I can do like Autocourt add and stuff. So this is a tidy. 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 Tidy, tidy, tidy. Yeah, some of this is really nice because it just erases some of the files that we no longer have to keep sifting through to remember what they all are. That one I won't be calling tidy. Okay, so we have, this is create sprite stuff and autocort. This is related to that. And fire. Okay. Okay, let's do autocort now. Just because it keeps coming up. All right, rally point changes as well. I'm going to hold on to the cannibal code as well because it's not actually tested, so I don't know if it needs changes or anything. Okay, so we're going to say this is implement autocort. There are some bugs related to the autocort that'll be tweaked later, like stuff related to the power field not quite updating fast. I'm going to ask DF about that because he would probably be the man to ask about that. Oh, there's some replays. Do the binding plasma stuff. Alright, game hooks is just cannibal stuff now. We can disregard that. Same for button sets. Nice. Oh. That was not actually what I was supposed to do. That was something separate. This is improve Oscillion, or fix Oscillion, what would you say? Use binding plasma logic for Oscillion 2. There's some missing logic there for the Oscillion weapon ID specifically, so fixed that a while ago. And okay, this is where we'll take this and go back to these two here. And say this. I don't know if there's any other bugs that this one resolves, but it's burn down bugs. Yeah, I don't think there was anything else there. Alright, this is going to be Ogun-related stuff, which we're not done with just yet. We're not done with this just yet. Going to be... 6E... left eye... No. Oh, Cosmonarchy's... Like, Cosmonarchy proper is so entirely different. But also Cosmonarchy, the mod, has taken on such a life that we'll probably not use the term... The word Cosmonarchy will probably not be the... Like, we stopped calling it Cosmonarchy Brood War a long time ago, because we decided we'll just come up with a different name for the RTS that Xibalba is set in or whatever, you know? So. Cannibal, cannibal, cannibal. Ogun. I can't quite undo this commit. I don't know what reorder commit is. Oh, I can stash. Sure. I don't know if it actually did that. Oh, there it is. All right. Well, that's neat. Now we know we can do that. Okay, so I think we've got a lot of our hooks in. So let's jump over here. So here's what we're going to start assembling is like a list of the things that we're going to be branching out. So we're going to say paradigm. This is... We're going to do it in order, of course. We're going to be a tidy. Okay. So I think we've got everything that we need there. Obviously, we still have a bunch of code related to the Ogun and whatnot. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and do git stash, git checkout master, git pull. We're going to have our latest changes. Let's take a look here. Git checkout preview. Okay, so now we should have everything that we need for all of the changes that Veek made. I am going to quickly confirm that they're all done, though. Merge. Merge. There will be some kind of demiurge-related thing that's kind of adjacent to the Solar Throne that we will definitely have. It's called the Tetragram in Cosmonarchy's universe. So you can definitely expect stuff like that. Okay, hold on. I have made a mistake, but I'm sure it won't take too long to resolve this mistake. Okay, we're back. All right. Let's try get stash again. Let's see if we can figure out what's going on here. Because if we go to commits from master, maybe that is all we needed to do. Okay, well. Let me go to like a random thing and then see if I can find the code changes. So we have unit search at line 123. Yeah. And this is... Oh, it was header. Supposed to be score funk. Yeah, seems correct. Okay. I guess we have it then. Very nice. Alright. So now we have those changes synced with my dev branch, which is fine. That's also where we stashed our changes for the Ogun and the Cannibal. But we're not quite there yet. So now we're going to go ahead and check out Master again. And we're going to start cherry picking our own branches. So up first is going to be the paradigm changes, of course. Branch M. What would we even call this one? Tech. Okay, so this is the first one we get conflicts in. Let's go to button sets and see what we got. Right, so this is where we optimize things. Let me just make sure that the Mason is still here and the Talus is still here. And that they have the constructing building check. Build terrain, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah, that seems good. This one was Larva, Oxel, and Faction Select. Here we have the Faction Select entries, Larva, Oxel, Larva, and the Pilgrim, which is what we wanted to make sure we had in the first place. Alright, so this is changing to the Fulcrum. Oh, I see. The Cannibal was not... I didn't make sure that this wasn't added, so I'm just going to delete that. It's not really the end of the world. We'll also delete this, because that's not canonically like supposed to be here at this time, so we're just repairing the timeline. You know how it goes. However, we do have... It looks like we moved the units around here, and it didn't like that very much. Let's make sure that we're... Let's figure out which ones are actually related to the changes, though. So, yeah. These are the ones that must be deleted. And Blackjack as well, it looks like. I guess, is the Tiango down there too? Yeah, it is. Okay. So, all of these have to be deleted. And it looks like that will resolve that one. So now we go to new requirements and figure out where our changes are here. All right, let's see here. So, not really sure what the big deal is here. Oh, I see. It's supposed to be completed add-on unit ID. All right, that was actually pretty easy. Even rectified the issue that we had earlier. Okay, so we can go ahead and push this and get it ready for checkout. And then we'll do git checkout master, git branch M. These are in. Feet autocort is what we're going to call this one. Cherry pick. Seems correct. Master, git branch M, balance 5. Git cherry. It's really nice when it just works and I don't have to do anything else. But sometimes it doesn't, like now. So we have an icon ID conflict. Probably because of it being spaces instead of tabs now. That's what this looks like to me. So here's the issue, or here's the easy one. I see I see colony here, right? But that shouldn't be it. So let's go down here and see. Yeah, well, we have circuit cesiant, so I guess we changed that one, but not the seeker spores, which is silly. Anyway, let's go ahead and just delete that. That is clearly where we are supposed to be. And just changing formatting, basically. Let's go to weapon damage and find our issue here. Ah, okay. The new entity search for the corrosive pathogen apparently threw it for the loop. That's odd, but looks like that's everything. I can get push, get checkout master. Thought I typoed both checkout and master there, so I'm glad that I did not. And let's go to... We're done with the balance ones. All right. So I don't really know how... Like, the bug fixes that we've done here. Usually Veek doesn't like it when I put a bunch of different things in one branch. But these are all really small changes. So I don't really know what all we're going to do here. If we go ahead and cherry pick this first one, I believe this is just a tidy. So that's fine. Oh, we shouldn't do that, I guess. The reason why we shouldn't do that is because the tidy might cause merge conflicts later. We should have it be part of a branch. So there's that. If we go to fix power preview, and we're just going to go ahead and check. So I believe this is, so this would be binding plasma aciliant. And this would be eblileth, AI, init. We're just going to sort of like tag them. We should have done it anyway. Buffer, overflow, crash, burn down, big infestation, rig null case overlays. Looks like I didn't leave this off to the side somewhere, so we'll do that. This is player type rig. And then we have... Oh, this was under fixes. This is GPTP weapon names. 70, yeah, this is... It's right. I'm going to push that directly to master because I think it'll help Veek. And it is pretty specific. I don't think it's going to create merge conflicts. And this is the tidy. So let's separate this into... This is going straight to master. These two are related to crashes. So they should be their own thing as like a critical thing or whatever. And this is like... In order of importance, these are fixes. This is master. Okay. So that's good that we've figured that out. So now we'll go back to... Oh, it's actually created a merge conflict, interestingly enough. Let's go to image and see what that is. I believe we are using the helper now, so that's it. We don't want to use hooks ever, really, in that particular context. So we'll go ahead and get push. Yeah, GitLab should be able to automatically rebase that. That shouldn't be a problem. Git branch crashes og 2025. So first do the tidy, then binding plasma, then this, and that. Unit AI. That's funny. Okay. So these are in. Git push, git checkout master. Git branch feet GPTP weapon names. I don't know why the white space stuff is always such a problem for Git. All right, I'm not going to bother, like, on stream, putting these into merge requests. I'll do that later on. First of all, I'm going to come back into master, and I am going to attempt to build it. And if we can't make it buildable, then we'll fix that by with a commit. But I'm pretty sure it should be fine. I was pretty stringent with the changes. So. Looks good. We'll go ahead and rebuild on our side as well with our own dev branch. Oh, we have to get stash pop, of course. Although that is weird. I don't know why that would be part of it. Visual Studio is so slow. Unbelievably slow. Okay, so I just managed to get everything built there. So let's see, what will we be saying in the patch notes here? Oh yeah, I forgot to, done with the code cleanup. Now we can start working on the constructor stuff. And I'm pretty sure that the only thing that's left for the Ogun is to implement the repair mode. I kind of like the Shaman. I forget what I called the string internally. Let's see. Let's go to repair. I wonder what the order timer stuff is. Apparently we don't have a listed timer for that. I don't know. That's weird. That's right, Three Crow. All in due time. All in due time for the pre-release update of your dreams. And by due time, I mean, I don't know, pretty soon. I'm going to implement the Ogun and push. I guess the Cannibal as well. I have to do a little bit of AI work there. Within the hour. Within the hour. Fog? Fog? See how much water I still have. I am dry right now. Honestly, not that much water. Hopefully you are excited, Sir Three Crow. Also, it was nice for Veek to send in a text-to-speech dono. Something very cryptic about the future of UMS. I actually don't know how much repair heals for us. So that's gonna. What is HP gain? Oh, interesting. Well, I guess we don't need this at all then. Not quite sure how you identify where that is, but hopefully that still works out. Okay, that was really confusing. I just now realized what was up. This is the heal amount. Target. What did you do, Kasuga? Thanks to these developments, Ahmed's box has been unsealed. Soon the great labor that Dogliv and I began will come to fruition, and all the community will know its plentiful bounty. Well, that's pretty epic. Looking forward to it, son. Son, brother, brother, son. Hey, he's got to learn how to win, right? You got to lose in order to win. That's the way it goes. I don't think he minds too much. He's happy to play. He's happy to play. He'll find success. He'll be grinding. He'll be gaming. Ah. Oh, no. We don't need filter-only building. That's basically what this is, apparently. Glad that I checked that. I can't remember how many repair ticks go off per turn or whatever. I don't know exactly how that'll work. Oh, I guess it's supposed to be every tick. Probably. I'll check this. Excuse me. Let's see where we go. This again, I didn't see really any like order timers or whatever. This is just main order state. So we'll see what the repair stuff is. Well, it is definitely doing the thing. Obviously in a context where it's not quite working. So it seems like it's yeah, it's not repairing nearly as fast as it really ought to be. But that is that's a comfy amount of delay for the overlay. So we'll say we'll try 2 and then I forget where the Clarion overlay thing is handled. I think it's in game hooks, but I can't really remember. Set unit overlay. Oh yeah, I guess we'll do this. Nanite field. All right, we're going to test the repair rate comparatively. You write a review about live Crusty updates. I don't know. Kasuga, do you know what that means? Kasuga, can you tell me? Help me, Kasuga. I require your assistance. Somebody wants to know about Crusty, Kasuga. I don't know if Kasuga's here. I might be crying out for salvation amongst the wind. I almost tried to type spawn Kasuga. That wouldn't have worked. No one? Are you sure? I don't know if I can handle that on my own. No, not Kasuga! Ah! I can't believe it. I think that's close enough, plus the fact that it's at range and he can do all four. I think that's pretty good. It does seem a bit faster when you're repairing though, so maybe we like multiply it by 1.25 or something. That probably will even it out. Yeah, Krasuga's gone, dude. Krasuga will not return. He is too crusted. Crusty. Krustuga. I definitely believe I should not do that. Okay, I gotta fix up the ice script for the Ogun, as I saw earlier. Oh, and another thing I gotta do is unit name. Let's pop this one up. Because I've got Ogun, right? But this is worker mode. And then we have Autocourt. And then we have Terran Cannibal. Actional units. Then we have Ogun. Smithy mode. I think that's it. I think we only have 2 entries after that before we hit the heroes that I implemented a while ago. All right, I'll see you tomorrow then. Same time, same crusty time, same crusty place. Same crusty channel. Thanks for stopping by. Absolutely, and okay, I think we can pretty much safely mark that as implemented. The only thing that I noticed was, oh, I have to add button set rules for the passive. That's one thing. So if I find the Babylon plating, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and copy this because you have returned green eggs. I see. I see. I dig it. I dig it. So this is... Oh, wait. It was right there. Welcome back. You're just in time to watch me put the finishing touches on the Ogun. I want to see Newt crush more StarCraft 1 pros. I was taking a moment to ping people in the Discord server. We need more North American pros, honestly. That's my thinking. Okay, I think we're just about ready to... We just have to modify the iScript. Oh, I see. It looks like almost built is... Instead of that, I should do the ground attack. It looks like... Oh, okay. We should just use this for... yeah, we have to use this for construction, it looks like. Use weapon. Sig order. Wait. 1. Wait, or I guess wait 13. Yeah, it's very different than what I thought was going on there, but that's alright. Okay, let's try that. Oh yeah, and of course I need to, other things I gotta do here. I have to pop open Flingy, and then Sprite. And 239.8, 2. I guess I didn't really give much of a change when deployed, but I guess it could get more armor. It would be kind of funny if it gained an Anseal Providence stack. It says must be in Smithy mode, but even when I turn it into the other Ogun, it doesn't show up. So that's probably an oopsie that I did over here. In worker mode, it's disabled. 329. That is the icon that I'm using for button sets, hopefully. But probably not, if it's broken like that. Open. Ah, it's 3:30. I guess that is the harvest, yeah. Okay, so that part's taken care of. The other thing was... Yeah, it actually seems to work just fine. Okay. I definitely want to change up the model in a bit, but let's quickly use the wireframe from the Matador. So we're going to go ahead and find the ID of the Matador real quick. All right, 256. And this is going to be 494. And then we're going to find the Cinder Mode Matador, which is 371. That's 497. Right now, it is not draining resources, but I would like it to. So I will work on that in a moment. Thank you for the reminder, actually. I feel like... so it does the 4 target thing. Let's go back to repair order. Ow, your foot. Ah, shot yourself in the foot because you didn't realize. Alright. I guess that's a little bit more complicated, actually. I was going to do some kind of, like, calculation for the repair costs and stuff. Basically, I was going to take this. Yeah, I don't know. I think for now we'll leave it not costing. That does kind of make it pointless to have repair in the mobile mode, though. Maybe it shouldn't be as fast, then. Maybe it actually should be less frequent. The slower repair, but it's free. And then if you need to repair faster, that's when you grab the... Like, you do the cost. And we'll adjust that later on when I have time to do the more involved thing. Okay, that's a little bit weird. That is one thing I don't like about this program, is that it does not default to copy and replace, so when I hit enter out of muscle memory instead of clicking, hopefully that's something that I can tweak it. Free slow repair sounds nice, yeah. I cut the repair rate in half and took off the multiplier. It was already going to be, without the multiplier, it was already slower. Ben, also welcome, Ben. Yeah. So it's going to be much slower now, but you can make up to 4 of them. You can heal, you can heal in 4 range. So it's pretty good. Aura. No, no, no. You can't. There's no limit. That's really funny. Okay. That should be good. It is all structures within 4 range. I would be fine with making it the default repair rate if I could easily subtract the resource cost for it, but that's going to take more work, so I'll do that later. Obviously, it needs a new wireframe, and it needs some more model changes, in my opinion, anyway. Yeah, they do. Why wouldn't they? Shaman stack, it's the same kind of code. Oh, I am a bit of a goober, though. Really obvious thing about the Ogun that was supposed to happen here. Trying to think about how to balance this command card. Gotta do this. Maybe that'll work, but the other issue is that putting repair on this means that I probably need to get rid of hold pause, which is kind of stupid. Because the deployments on 6, which is right row, middle button, and then repair is going to be on 5. That's going to be really jank. It doesn't have a weapon, so it really doesn't need the attack button, but that makes it jank with other things. So it's probably safer to give it the attack button still and just see what this looks like. Maybe you're right. Alright, so we don't have hold pause, but we can grab it just by doing that, which, you know, players aren't really that surprised about. We still have smithy mode. I guess repair should be hidden when you're in smithy mode. You can't repair. You're not supposed to be able to repair while you're in smithy mode anyway, so. Ogans. Oh yeah, I should test the updated Valkyrie. Hopefully it's better at chasing stuff. I guess I don't really know what the repair thing is keyed as. What even was this one? This was requirement for tech ID. This one was... Not the Uptecton. Well, that's where diadems come in, honestly. I think diadems annihilate Uptectons. So I guess that's not the right thing that I'm checking. Is it action var? Action func. Facade as the defense is really funny to me. Okay, so plus. I believe I did the debt requirement stuff here for the units for the Ogun. Oh, I guess not. Okay, Mason. Oh, there's probably another thing that I have got to tweak after this then, in that case. Yeah, the build orders needed to also be whitelisted. I focused so much on the repair part because that was where the programming needed to be done that I totally forgot to make sure that the unit could actually build stuff. Oh, it looks like it doesn't actually repeat, which is an iScript issue we can fix pretty easily, I think. Should be just that. Let's see. I have not seen the bar cannons artillery stuff, but I did see like a flash of like some nukes or whatever, and it seemed like that was like a really big thing for them. That seems to be working. It's even playing the walk cycle and stuff, so. Okay, just sent it away for wireframing. I probably ought to have done that earlier. Okay, the last thing is making sure that the cannibal is properly implemented as well. So for this, we will jump into here, but on Faction Wars, Terran, Upstart. It is showing up with the right string and all that. Oh, I guess we should make sure that we can build Ogans as well while we're doing this. Oh, I don't think I set up the movement speed for the cannibal, but it's definitely going to need some more than what it's got initially. Yeah, it's pretty pitiful right now, so it's definitely a good thing that I checked that. Okay. I'll test the Ogun buildability after I get the speed dialed in for that guy. Let's go kind of ludicrous with it at first. I'm sure that might not even be enough for what I want. Yeah, it copies it because it's part of a different drive. Forgot about that. Oh, cool. There's some more team maps coming. Very nice, very nice. Now, this looks like he's fast, but he's not that fast. He's only a little bit faster than the Maverick. I think he needs to be faster. Definitely want a more running-oriented walk cycle, though. Something out of Mech Assault, maybe. Mech Warrior games. Alright, I think we're just about ready to push this. I do want to make sure you can actually build Ogons from the Ministry once the quarry is done. It's kind of the last thing. Everything else seems correct. This is the Shopkeeper Dog build. Vilius build. Icon's wrong on that. Seems to be working, though. Oh, resuming construction not working right now. I wonder why. Is that another thing I gotta enable here? Yeah, resume construction on existing structure. This is the code that I would predict being called. It's build 2. Which, I don't know the order. Ah, right here, I think. This is harvesters. We don't want to add them to that. We should have a method for that later. Yeah, I guess if it's going to show up so many times, we should definitely have a method. Just crossing all of our T's and dotting all of our I's. I don't know what this is, but it was wrong. Outdated. Okay. Oh. Silly. Someone else needs to fight Newt. I can't believe it. Well, that's weird. Still won't let me resume construction. What's up with that? I know Taloses can resume construction. So it's not like this is tech we haven't accessed yet. That's one of the reasons I was searching for the Talos unit ID earlier. Let's go over to our unit def. Hannibal is 496. Okay. Should be good. Well, that just defines the cannibal for the AI so that they don't go kaput when they get the request for that. They're not going to get any Ogun requests for a while, maybe ever. But why would it not implement? That's one of the things I wanted to check is like that ain't it. So repair order, Talos repair speed. Oh, this should be that oops. Is this anyway? Cargo unit ID, yeah. So this is cargo static entity enum, cargo unit ID. Terran worker. Okay, well that's whatever. That's not really that important right now. Oh yeah, that's right. The worker, the Ogun icon on the treasury is wrong. Just quick quickly swap that out. 815. All right, that's good. Well, I am not entirely sure why the Ogun wouldn't be able to resume construction. Oh, actually, I have a feeling I do know what it is. Let's go to Talos and find Ogun. But first we go to AI actions. Harvest and repair. That's what we needed. I'm pretty sure it's just the right-click action. That's what was missing. But I'm glad that we went through again because we tidied a little bit of code. Because it also, yeah, that fixed it. It also wasn't like right-click repairing. It was just following. And now it is. I do wish it would actually move towards resources like, you know, any other unit will, right? That's a bad example because that was a worker. But like any other unit moves towards it, so... That's a little bit of a jank caveat thing that I gotta fix, but that's alright. Okay, let's go ahead and close down our environment real quick. We're gonna commit our changes for the Ogun, but not the Cannibal. This is like kind of cleanup, but it's also Cannibal related. Oh, one thing we should go do in button sets is find the Cyprian entry. Oh, it already has it. It's fine. Never mind then. Unrelated. And I think everything besides the stats panel display stuff will be useful for the Ogun, but I'll do a quick double check, make sure I'm not missing something. Oh, we never tested the passive of the Cannibal, so we gotta do that. I feel like it doesn't... Oh, it does have the button set stuff. Drop the cooldown just a little bit. And then I think for the eye script, actually... I don't even know where the cannibal stuff is. Okay. We're going to make the frame, the animation a little bit snappier. It needs its own weapon IDs hooked up as well, so we'll handle that in a moment. Alright, it seems like the code works just fine. I didn't catch to see if it was always like the right health value, actually. Maybe it wasn't, but either way, it seemed to do the job well enough. Let's see, I think maybe it might regenerate like slightly more than it's supposed to, so that's something I can tweak later if that is the case. Not maximally important just yet. We know we needed the sound effects, so... Fire sound effects. We can just go ahead and take the thing out here. That's fine. And then we just come into here and say... Cannibal Zulu sidekicks. Cannibal weapon fire 01. Cannibal weapon fire 4. Cool. I'll make sure that the sounds are working, and then I think this is ready to go up. All right, I think we're good to go on that front. We'll send this up, these goodies up for people to enjoy. Oh, damn, we're already over 5 hours. I can't believe it. I'm not sure how to note the changes that have been made to the... Not entirely sure how to note the changes that have been made to the triggers. So... I guess I'll just leave that not known right this moment. Okay, let's see. Went Ogun and Cannibal. We tweaked the Valkyrie. Valkyrie and Anseal. Oh, fix crash. Fix a crash case. So stability. And crash after working in. So that's a big one. Yeah, I think that's probably everything. I can quickly take a look at the other stuff that we got here, but this will be implement Cannibal. Let's start Cannibal. I'll quickly take a look if I can fix this up as well, and then it'll probably be the end of the stream. I have to use the bathroom and stuff, so... Apparently the hook that I did is not actually a requirement. Stats panel. Oh, and glue custom. So deleting. I guess deleting this. Not sure. I guess I probably don't need that at all. We'll find out in a moment. Okay, seems to be correct. Okay, I think, I guess that did fix it. So say... All right, very nice. I didn't know that would be quite so easy, so that's pretty good to have. We'll go ahead and quickly note that we've fixed icon display for Stewart, Solarian, Hanger, Orange, Backline, CDF. And then, what else do we have here? Get checkout master, get branch, fixes aug 2025, get cherry pick, get push, get checkout, fix, preview. Okay, very nice. Easy as you like. Okay. I'll close that for now because we don't need it open anymore, and I will quickly go ahead and grab the plugins and paste them over. Okay, apparently that's weird, so we're just going to go ahead and do that. Cool. I think that is up, so let's quickly sum up the changes. Implemented the Ogun. The factional upstart cannibal. Just have landed on pre-release. I guess I can go the extra mile and... Oh yeah, that's a good reminder as well to pull on the website so that is up to date. Did I even say cannibal rifle is 5.8? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. Oh, not quite done yet. There we go. Go to Upstart, grab cannibal. Tweak the Valkyrie. And seal. Fixed a crash experienced recently by hit. So. I'm being busted. I feel like there was something else that we did here besides the big change, but I think that's pretty much it. Oh yeah, internally, No longer use. Now use it. Preferred is for the plugin for weapon names. So, a bunch of weapon names and ship. Okay. That's now posted on the Discord server. Ah, welcome back, Miriam. You're just in time for me to be signing off. But yep, we have successfully implemented the Ogun and the Cannibal. We tweaked the Valkyrie and the Antseal, fixed a crash, fixed a Solarian hangar icon being busted. Jack Yelensky reported some time ago. DF helped me with both of those. We're using our plugin for weapon names now, so I corrected a bunch of weapon names in the process of doing that, and we shipped Veek 7's bounty work. Or at least we should have. We hopefully have. Really happy about that crash fix in particular. What's up, Dylan04? Welcome. I'll go ahead and drop the donation link one more time for anybody who wants to get in a final donation as we are getting on our way out of here. It was a very successful stream in terms of the work, and we casted for almost 3 hours as well. So casted for almost 3 hours, devved for 2.5. Pretty solid split there, almost 50-50. And we got a lot of stuff done. So I'm happy about that. Obviously, one of the things we didn't get around to today was not just the Malcathra core development, but also the... I also got around to working on the... what do you call it? The, not just the Malcathra core, but the Agrolith. I wanted to work on that a little bit today. Technically, I did make a very small amount of work on it, but it could be better. We'll try to figure out some modeling next time. I think I'll work on some modeling tomorrow, try to get a good graphic going for the Agrolith. Maybe I'll kit bash the Mortathra core in the process, you know? And then after that, that'll get me prepped to work on a Lyrilisc kit bash that'll turn into a Sikralisk graphic, since that definitely needs to be replaced ASAP. But yeah. Yeah, that one goes. Yeah, unfortunately, Myriad, that guy seems to be a fraud. Even though he started so promisingly by subscribing. Also, he didn't subscribe because my YouTube notifies me, like I got a Streamlabs going. So that's even funnier. All right. GG boys, we'll be back tomorrow around the same time, maybe a little bit earlier, like slightly earlier, maybe 12 noon Eastern time. We'll see. But it was a fantastic stream. GG's. And glad that we got a fraud out of the chat afterwards as well. I'll see you guys later. And enjoy the new goodies on pre-release, particularly the mappers, and of course, those who want to make a Monument of Sin without occasionally crashing. I'll see you guys later. Peace.